Well, I don't know if this is live or not. It's mighty hard to tell what's going on in here. I don't know if I've got the right invites or not. Hello, hello. Is anybody out there? Just can't tell. Well, in the extreme example, we'll talk about the jurisdiction of the veterans. Hello, hello. Is anybody out there? Just can't tell. Well, in the extreme example, I'll talk about the jurisdiction of the veterans. Hello, hello. Is anybody out there? I'm looking for fellow veterans that served at Chinook Air Force Base, Illinois, during the time frame of 1963 through 1983 that may have developed some of the following diseases or disorders, or similar diseases or disorders. Time is based on a known Agent Orange issue in 1973 and a limit factor of negative 10 years for government misstated facts and a positive limit of 10 years for half-life degrading. Does not mean that those in the out years of 1983 up could not have still been affected at some level of damage, especially those, but not limited to, veterans that may have served in B-52 maintenance squadrons, which I was a part of. 93rd Field Maintenance Squadron, Castle Air Force Base, Merced, California. A SAC base. Some of the symptoms, including Hashimoto's thyroid disease, known to be caused by dioxin, emphysema, also linked to dioxin, asthma, linked to dioxin. Chronic bronchitis linked to dioxin. Hyperinsulinism linked to dioxin. Left ventricle hypertrophy, mitral valve prolapse, complete blockage of main artery, and 3 massive heart attacks at 51. I'm 52. Hyperlipidemia, high triglyceride levels, acid reflux, irritable bowel syndrome, recurring kidney stones and infections. And here's where they kick in for me. Spine is seriously deteriorated and nerve channels calcified and pinching nerves. Naturally fused vertebrae and neck. Neuropathy, fibromyalgia, osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, insomnia, memory loss, severe recurring headaches. That is some of the goodies that you get from Agent Orange. From serving your country to going right into the pit of hell. I don't know why this. I'd like to know that there's a way to manage this better. I don't know if I'm sending that the right. Going about as well as I expected it to. I've got 2 viewers, but I can't seem to get anybody inside the chat room. T4705. I'd like to see you in here. I'd like to talk to you. See if I can get you invited in. Got 1 viewer. I don't know. Hey, I've got another Leon. Leon, you with me?
Yeah, I'm here, Ken. How you doing?
Well, I've had better decades.
For sure, brother.
Yeah, so how's it going down in California?
It's really hot today. Actually, abnormally hot, but other than that,
No, they don't have the solar radiation chemtrails going today?
well, I'm sure they do. I just really haven't looked. I had a doctor's appointment today, so I was out of town for a while.
How did you get this invitation? Was it the one I just sent or a
Yeah.
link? Okay. So maybe it's the right invitation. This is my first hosting that actually got another person on the panel.
Really?
Yeah, so what's on your mind?
There's a lot, man. I was reading a lot of stuff today, and stuff is just absolutely retarded. I can't believe the stuff that's going on. And did you see where Obama was working out?
No, I couldn't bring myself to watch that.
Oh my God, yeah. You don't want to watch that.
No, I'd rather watch Michelle pat him on the ass.
Yeah, I've seen videos on her too. Just stuff that I
Him.
was. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, it was amazing. It's just amazing.
Yeah,
But
we
I was
cleaned the
pretty,
White House.
I was pretty pissed off when I seen today how Pelosi is trying to take guns. I mean, she's just absolutely on that. She's not going to give up.
That was Feinstein.
Yeah, Feinstein. Well, the boxer's in on it too. I know she is,
Well,
but
yeah, they're all cut from the same.
yeah.
Did you ever watch my publican video?
Um, I'm not sure. I know I got that book that you sent me. I just haven't got around to read it yet.
Well, publicanism is the Holy Roman Empire strategy of tax farms. We call them colonies or nations, but it's all the Holy Roman Empire, and it all goes back to time of Julius Caesar and Mark Antony and Cleopatra and the
Mm.
merging of the pharaohs with Caesar.
No, I don't think I have. I might have, but I'm not recalling it right now, Ken.
Yeah, it's something that I think more people should. I've got 100 views on it so far, so that's a good start.
Yeah, at least some people waking up. Like I was talking to somebody today, and I was telling them, we're getting out. It's slowly but surely. You can't expect everybody to wake up at once. I know people get frustrated and say, wake up. But it took them a long time to get here. It's going to take us a long time to wake everybody up. And the ones that don't want to wake up, well, I just say stay out of my way. You know what I mean? Just enjoy your life, but just don't come crawling to me when you know the shit collapses and everything hits the fan. That's what I tell everybody, including my family, that don't want to
Well,
listen.
in 1860, they were talking the same shit, looking at the same abuses of power, looking at the same slavery system, looking at the same kangaroo courts.
Yeah, yeah,
Have
and
you, have you been to court?
yeah, yeah, I've been to court.
Did you go as a participant or a spectator?
Oh, I went as a participant a couple of times.
Yeah, you ought to go down there and view it as a spectator now and then.
Yeah, I try to watch some like on the internet on courts and stuff. I was watching one that the guy was trying to claim sovereignty, because he was saying the flag and the uh, the gold ruffles around it, and he was explaining, and I was catching on to that, but they were just absolutely refusing to allow him to do that, and they
Well, he doesn't own the courts, they do.
right, right.
Lysander Spooner was talking about the same thing. In 1860, the same situation.
Yeah,
Well, 150 years doesn't seem to mean much.
no, you don't. And I just, from everything that I've read and seen, I see this whole thing like I seriously can, I seriously don't believe Obama or any of them are going to step down. I believe it's going to take more than peaceful demonstration to overturn what's going on. And that's the truth. I mean, people need to eat that. They really need to get a grip on it. It's not going to be peaceful.
No, no, there's a few of these hangouts that I've attended now, and people are waiting for the majority to do the right thing, which has never happened.
Yeah, right, right. Yeah, and
The majority vote to steal from the minority.
yeah, to be honest, Ken, I seriously don't believe that we're going to get everybody on board to do
Yeah,
that.
it's never happened in 6,000 years except by force.
Yeah,
It's not until the last. I mean, there's a saying that the patriot is shunned and scorned at the beginning of the fight, and it gets real easy to find them when the battles are over.
yeah, yeah, and that's one thing that I just won't tolerate. You know, if this does happen, you know, and shit goes awry, I'm not going to tolerate after it's all over somebody walking up that had nothing to do with it and try to reap the benefits. You know, I'm going to try to make everybody that didn't back
Well, I'm
their
going to
brothers
stop
up.
you right
You
there
know.
because there's not going to be any benefits. There's not going to be. There's not going to be any benefits sticking with the system or throwing it out with a dead baby.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. It's not intended to be anything but another mass human sacrifice event.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see
Well, all we
nothing
can
good
do
coming
is
from it.
sit back and see what happens and pick up our own personal pieces after it's over.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I've been wanting to talk to you, Ken. I'm glad that you told me not to go to DC. You and the other guy, the one with the good Lord and a gun picture, because somebody went there, Michael from Sin Larva, and I don't know what happened to him, but he went corrupt and he started talking crap to everybody that was good friends with him and sending pictures that were manipulated, and uh, it blew me away how,
They got to him.
yeah, somebody got to him. Right, right. You're sending threats back to people he knew, and I wasn't understanding. So, you know, I pretty much deleted or blocked the whole Sin Larva group, because when you have one bad apple, it ruins the whole tree. And that's the way I
I don't
figure it.
know what the meaning of sin larva was to begin with.
Yeah, well, it was like a little group that was pushing, you know, the promoting of the OAS, and you know, we need to do something, and they send one of their people down there, and wow, he just, I was thankful that I didn't go. I was
So
thankful that I didn't go.
it's quite possible he was a part of the machine to begin with.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying, and that's pretty much what I think is, yeah,
That Colonel Riley that was in charge of it, he wouldn't be doing this alone. He would have assets,
right.
agents.
Yeah, and they have a van down there that's supposed to be anonymous, but Anonymous already said we don't have a spokesperson, so they don't know where this lady came from. All they know is they tried to look her up, and in the FBI database, she is blocked. You cannot get no information, so that's a red flag right there, and that's who Michael is hanging out with, is her. So you go figure on that one.
Well, that whole thing stunk to high heaven.
Right, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that would not have been a good move,
No,
especially that far from home and that many miles to travel.
yeah, and that's what my wife was saying, because it was going to cost me $400 to go there and back. And my wife was saying, you know, well, thank God that Ken and, you know, the other guy said something, because you would have went over there, you know. And with me, I wouldn't have been like, hey, oh yeah, I'm gonna just go with the flow, because I'm not like that. I'm, you know, I'm my own person. You can't break me. There's nothing you can do, you know. Jail and all this other shit, it doesn't scare me. Death doesn't scare me. So I'm not one to easily break, like many others that I've seen on here that talk big, and they're like a pillow when stuff falls on their shoulders. You know, they turn at the drop of a dime, and I'm not understanding. You know, they talk all
Well, the
this.
only way to face this is to face it.
Right,
You
right,
can't back up and make progress, and you can't stand still and make progress.
exactly.
I mean, the one thing I learned when dealing with these jokers, if you've got to stand on your own ground, and that's kind of what this jurisdiction, we say so. Juris means law, and diction means spoken word. So they are the law because they speak it.
Right, right.
I mean, the whole premise of jurisdiction is 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 so weak on the face of it once you understand what the words mean.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to touch with you on, Candace, I was reading where the Second Amendment. I'm trying to familiarize myself with the Constitution. I know it, but I don't know it to the degree that I was reading, and
You know, it doesn't really matter at this point because
yeah, exactly,
it
exactly.
didn't matter in 1860.
And what really caught my eye is when the Second Amendment says that no matter what,
Well, that's not the Constitution. That's the Bill of Rights.
yeah, yeah,
And the Bill of Rights only came out because a certain number of the co-conspirators said you'll never get us to sign on without some basic rights. So it was an addendum. It was an
amendment,
amendment.
yeah, amendment.
Yeah, and the Second Amendment, in particular, is flawed by the language and the use of a comma. I mean, it should say straight up, "The security of free men shall not be infringed."
Right,
I
right.
mean, you put in all this extra militia bullshit just as a trap.
Yeah, yeah. Because from what
Because
I got,
that's the same trap of the NRA. The NRA was founded as a organization to support the army when they came up a little shorthanded of skilled marksmen at the end of the Civil War. In 1871, they founded this National Riflemen's Association, so they would have trained marksmen and sharpshooters to support the state.
right? Yeah, that
It was never about gun rights. It was only about having skilled marksmen at the beck and call of the state. A sniper, a crew of trained assassins, which is it's the same thing that you found over in Turkey. In I mean that's where the word assassin comes from. Is a tribe in Turkey, and they were basically mercenaries, just like the Hessians in our Revolutionary War. They called up Germans and brought them over to fight for the British.
hmm.
I mean, this whole thing is such a this whole planet is so manipulated it's
Yeah,
beyond.
it's beyond repair. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Yeah,
Well, it was never meant to be repaired. It was always meant to serve a select few at the cost of everybody else.
right, right. Yeah, because I was looking at a bunch of stuff, and I seen where we're all slaves. It doesn't matter what race. It really doesn't matter. We're
It
all
doesn't even
slaves.
matter if you're on a different continent. I mean, what good did it do for the Australians? They were just overrun the same way the continent of North America was. And this continent of South America was overrun by the same manipulators.
Right.
Colony, plantations, slavery.
Yeah.
We're we're just a free range slave colony at this point.
No, I want to get your take on one thing that I've been reading for I think the past couple of days, and this guy that Obama traded 5
Mr.
terrorists for.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Well, to understand him better, you need to go read that thing I just posted that you put a plus to, the Pro Libertate. He talks about how the Mennonites were treated back in World War I, and if you look at the history of conscientious objectors in World War II, and you find out what they did to them with the chemical weapons and the nuclear testing, and you're either part of them or you're prey. You're a predator or you're prey.
Yeah, and that's pretty much.
Mr. Bergdahl got over there and started looking around at all the corrupt and the lackadaisical is one of his words. The lack of military bearing, the protecting the poppy crops and everything
Yeah.
else that Pat Tillman was about to throw in
Exposed.
their faces. I mean, the whole reason of Afghanistan is
The poppy fields.
the poppy fields, the poppy fields.
Yeah, and that's why our boys are over there to protect the drug trade for the CIA.
And if you're familiar with history, you go back and if you've ever heard of a outfit called the East India Company,
Don't believe I heard of that.
well, every time you look at an American flag, you're looking at the East India flag. It's a British charter corporation, the same as the Virginia Colony Charter Corporation. They had a tea trade going between Britain and the East Indies, which we know now as China and Korea, but they were doing a lot of tea trading. Tea was very big money. And I just came across a video the other day that explained this better than I can, but the Chinese, to give up their tea, they would demand gold or silver in payment. And the treasury was going broke getting this tea because they would only take gold or silver in trade,
Mm-hmm.
the Chinese. Well, the British decided or brought in opium and got a lot of opium smuggled in and created a lot of addicts in China. The opium wars. It's something you should go look into. And
Yeah.
you find out this is the same thing that's been going on for hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's the same old trick. Even if you go back to Vietnam, that was called the Golden Triangle. The Vietnam and Cambodia and Thailand, that was the poppy bonanza of the day. That's why we went into Vietnam, to control their poppy field. Created a lot of addicts, heroin addicts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vietnam veterans came back just totally addicted. And what's
Oh.
happening now? It's the same thing.
Yeah, I heard. I heard that they've been our servicemen that are overseas right now. They've been giving like meth and stuff to keep them awake.
Yeah, speed has always been a favored. Wow, there's people out there that want to join. I would like to have them come in. Um,
I tried to get my chair higher so I can, cause I got one of those computers where it's just all one screen. The whole computer is
yeah,
all, yeah. So I can't adjust it. So I tried to get my chair higher. Cause I seen when we were talking last time, you barely seen my
yeah,
eyes. So
top of your head.
yeah, I tried to boost myself a little bit.
Well, I'm trying to get more folks in here. Can you go to that to the YouTube page and post your link into the comments? I don't know if I can get more people in here or not. I'm not that familiar with it.
Yeah, neither am I. Let's see.
Maybe I got it. Maybe I got it. Okay, here we go. Can you go to that to the YouTube page and post your link into the comments?
Yeah, I'm sending people
Yeah, I'd
invites.
like to get more people in here, especially Peak. That'd be cool. I don't know if that's the right link, but we'll find out. I will go back to the Hangout window. I'm working on a laptop, so I am kind of crippled as to what I can do here. Must be warm down there.
Oh yeah, it's just burning up down here.
You know, I think I have sent the right invite.
There we go. I sent some. I hope anyway.
Yeah, this whole mess, this world that we call Earth, it's been run by a bunch of psychopaths for thousands of years. We think we were unique with our cars and our telephones and our computers, and man, we're just as sad and as manipulated as ever.
Yeah. Well, what I think is that they put all this crap out here to keep us satisfied, so we don't rebel. That's what I've seen. Is they want everybody with the video games, the cars, the jewelry, the music. They want everybody to be satisfied. You know what I mean? Like they're okay with their lives, so there's no need to stand up for what's right. And I'm noticing a lot of that going on.
Now I'm trying to get Mr. Pete Crackers in here if I can. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I don't know how much time we have left on these on this thing that they call the internet.
Yeah. That from well, I signed up for that. Have you heard of that Reset the Net?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Well, I signed up for that. You can go to that Ken and put your email and stuff, and what they're doing is they're resetting it to where it blocks the government from being able to get any information from you, and they're trying to redo it to where it's more we the people friendly instead of Google and everybody else running it.
Yeah, people don't even know that NSA is a privately owned agency.
Really, I thought they were a government agency.
Well, if you watch my videos, you'll know that they're all privately owned.
DHS too?
DHS is a privately owned corporation.
Wow.
Coast Guard, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, they're all privately owned. They're mercenaries just like Blackwater.
That's what I heard, that the Army and the Marines and stuff like that, they belong to
Well, so is your local
Columbia.
sheriff. So is your police department. So is your trash department. So is your water department. If you watch my videos, I lay it right out there on screen caps. I show everything. It's really easy to find. Dun & Bradstreet or Bloomberg or Manta.com. You just type in your county and hit the government tab, and they all show up as privately owned companies. They're all a privately owned company. If you go to the definition of privately owned company, you'll find that they are all the only reason a privately owned company exists is to make a buck.
Right.
So even when I was in the Air Force, it was you had to spend this much money or you wouldn't get that much money next year. So you
Yeah.
always had to try and spend as much as you had and get more.
Yeah, that's what I heard, that if you get a budget, you have to spend every penny of that budget.
Yeah, whether it's responsible or not, whether it's partying or buying tractors or rakes or hoes and stacking them in warehouses. When my dad was in the Coast Guard in the early 60s, they shut down a Coast Guard base up in Alaska, and they just bulldozed brand new cases of refrigerators and stoves and washing dryers, washing machines, all brand new appliances still in the box. They just bulldozed them into a landfill and covered them over.
Yeah, that's sort of like what they did with the. Did you see that car graveyard? All those brand new cars that they put out in the middle of. That's crazy. It's crazy.
Thousands of them, man.
Yeah.
Thousands of them.
Yeah. It was.
And they can't put them out on the street for free because nobody's going to make a buck off of them. I mean, they can't give them like I saw somewhere they gave away all the losing Super Bowl T-shirts that had Denver winning or something like that to the Central African Republic. But they're not going to do that with brand new cars.
Right. Right.
And you didn't see a lot of pickup trucks out there.
No, you seen all cars, yeah.
Yeah, all bunch of little tiny tin cages. I don't know if this thing's going to work or not. I can't seem to get anybody in here.
Yeah, I think I invited people, but I'm not sure if I did it right.
Former Royal Navy submarine, Mr. Formal Royal Navy. I'd really like to have you inside this room. I'll send you another invite if I can.
Did you put where the where you can type questions, Ken? Or did you
apparently you have to do that before you start the chat, which is something I didn't find out until after I started it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's things to learn here yet.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it either, so.
Well, all we can do is play around with it until we have a little better idea, just like anything else. Yeah, it's a crazy freaking world.
Yeah, no, and it's getting worse by the day. I mean, every time I wake up, I'm like, well, what am I gonna find out? And I woke up today and just seen that where they're absolutely gonna push for that gun confiscation, and I'm like, if you're so hell bent on doing that, why don't the leaders go ahead and go in first before you send the police to get shot?
That's easy to explain. They're cowardly lions.
Exactly.
Chicken hawks. They talk, but they never knock. They send somebody else to knock, or no knock, as it may be.
Right. Yeah, and that's a shame that they use people, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna use our brothers and sisters against us, which that's just gonna it's gonna be a big mess. But
Well,
what
they've
they
been
don't
doing
under,
that for 6,000 years, Leon.
yeah, what they don't understand though is after this, I mean, we're not gonna forget what they done. So either way, they're gonna pay the price in the end.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah, well, we hope so. Yeah, and I mean, unless they seriously bring out artillery on us, which I've heard already that Obama he's already got approval to drone strike us, which is crazy.
Well, the farther I look back into history, the more I see of the same shit.
Right.
If you look at the logo I have, are you looking at it right now?
Yeah.
It's a battle standard from the Revolutionary War, and what it shows is actually what it's a Roman gladiator with one of their special tricks. He's trying to catch a lion in a net with a spear.
Oh, I see. It's a yeah. It looked like a spear to me that he was spearing a
He's got a
lion.
net in one hand and a spear in the other. He already threw the net at the lion, and now he's trying to kill it with the spear.
I got you. Yeah, I can see that now.
Well, you've only got so many weapons, and you run out of weapons real fast when there's 1,000 lions coming at you.
Yeah,
So,
it's true.
and the battlefield pickups will be where the weapons are going to be, and they'll have to bring them somewhere. And there might be a few of them disappearing between the time they pick them up and between the time they're delivered, if you get my drift.
Yeah. Yep. I just
I don't know. You can't really count on good intentions from your neighbors.
no, you can't. And yeah, I found that out. I was trying to talk to some of my neighbors around here, Ken. I was, letting them know if this goes awry, I mean, we're gonna have to look out for each other. And they're just like, I want to go back inside and watch TV. And I'm like,
Yeah, that's 90% of the people right there.
yeah,
That's the majority that still call themselves law-abiding taxpayers.
yeah. Well, and that's what I told my wife. I said, man, if this all goes awry, all we
Those
can
are the
depend
people
on.
that they put on juries.
Yeah, I know that for sure.
Those
Yeah.
are the people that they put on juries because they know they're only going to listen to what they're told to listen to. You remember my talking to you about eyes right?
Yep.
That's the same thing that they do with the jury. They tell them what to listen to, what not to listen to, where to look, where not to look. It's all controlled. Just
Yeah.
a jury or a platoon of Army grunts or a platoon of Air Force missileers overseeing a nuclear missile complex. I mean, it's you don't decide anything unless we tell you what to decide first, and we're going to tell you what's worth choosing from. It's a twisted world.
Yeah. And I noticed that most of the people around me and most of the people that I've talked to, they have to have somebody leading them. Like sheep. I mean, that's a good name for them. They're like fucking sheep.
Actually, sheep has more going for it.
Well, yeah, because I'm like, what do you need? Uh,
A sheep doesn't make plans.
right. And I mean, if people use their brain, we really don't need anybody to lead us. We can do it on our own if we come together and help each other like we were put here to do. We,
Well,
we can
the,
make
the
it.
planet Earth has been manipulated far too long for that
Yeah.
to have any chance of success. You've got a closed hemisphere of imposed ignorance. It,
Yeah.
it's It's more of the eyes right. If you look at a government textbook, it's not going to tell you what the really dirty deeds are. It's going to skim right past those and glorify
Yeah.
their version of history. His story, not your story.
And that's what they've been doing for a while. I had a friend on here send me a paper today. It was a thing I read about this mind control and what they were doing to kids in '76, I believe, where they were taking kids from different countries and uh, waterboarding them, shocking them, making them have incest sex, raping them, and just seeing what happens. What happens to a person when this happens? I'm like, it was sickening. That you have a child and you force that child to watch child porn, adult porn. You have sex with that child. You waterboard that child. You shock that child. It amazed me
Well,
what I was reading.
have you looked at any of the videos from Cats and Frats, like the Normandy one? You said you watched that one before.
Yeah,
Have you looked at the Pharaoh?
the Pharaoh. I've heard of that. I don't recall, Ken, if I watched that or not, but I've heard of the Pharaoh. I
You can go to my YouTube channel. I've got those on my channel. It's called the Pharaoh Show and Octagon.
The Pharaoh show. Yeah, 'cause I went to your channel after we chatted that one night, and I was looking for your feed, and I just couldn't find it. I didn't know what I was doing.
Well, I'll post some links in the after chat, I guess. Well,
Okay.
I'm sure all you have to do is go to my main G Plus page and go to the YouTube tab, and you should find all my videos right
Yeah,
there.
yeah. No, I went to all your videos, but I remember you telling me to go to your feed. You had some other stuff, so I was looking for the feed, and I just couldn't find it. Maybe I was supposed to go to Google Plus, but I'm still trying to figure out this whole thing. And from what I understand, the
Well,
update made it even more difficult to figure out what you're doing. So
well, that's what they're supposed to do. These updates aren't for our benefit. They're just more spyware.
yeah, yeah,
I was talking about Flash and Java the other day. Maybe it was yesterday.
yeah. No, yeah,
You wake up and your computer's been rebooted and you didn't do anything to it. Well, what
yeah.
did they put in there?
Right. I remember. I think I commented on that one because I had my computer do that. It turned on in the middle of the night, downloaded some stuff, and turned back off. And I was like, well, that was fucking weird.
And they do it all the time. It's what they call implied consent. Kind of like if you have a driver's license and they pull you over for suspected of driving while intoxicated. In Oregon, you are, by having a driver's license, you giving them implied consent to draw your blood and do all these toxicology tests on you. You
Wow.
don't, if you don't consent at the side of the road, you forfeit your license to them. Man, I'm just not bothering with the license anymore. Screw it.
Yeah. No. From what I heard with the license, they're putting a chip in it or something. I heard about this coming out. And
Well, the chip thing and all the uh, all the U.S. citizen requirements. That all goes back to George Bush and his 2005 Real ID Act. It was
right.
all about
The, right.
getting us. It's more about this act of submission. It's you're our bitch. We want you to show us that you are our bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Show
Show
your loyalty. Right. Right. Right.
your fealty, your submission. You bring a bib and you bring your knee pads, and that's all you need to bring.
Right. Right. Babe, come here. Say hi to Ken. Come here. Come here. Hey, Ken, I want you to meet my wife. Come here.
The one that should move to Oregon?
Yeah, the one that she moved to Oregon. This is my beautiful wife, Ken. This is Connie. Babe, this is Ken.
Howdy, howdy.
You said hi.
How you doing?
No, I've had better decades.
He's had better decades.
Excuse my hair. My daughter is playing dress up.
Somebody ought to. Obama can't do it all by himself with Michelle.
Yeah, oh man, I was looking at a picture yesterday, Ken, where I guess the wind blew and somebody took a picture, and yeah, he's got a package. I
Yeah.
was, me and my old lady was just rolling. I was like, and it amazed me how much he's done and how much people still support him. I'm like, you seriously have to be fucking brain dead.
You just have to look at the hands.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was telling my
Man
wife. Yeah, exactly.
hands, man shoulders, Adam's apple.
The Adam's apple. Yeah, that's what my wife was saying. She said you can shave it, but you can't get rid of it.
Nope.
Yeah, that's
The first queen of these United States.
yeah, and that's what I said. We're the they're the first two that's both male in the White House, which no wonder why our country's going through so much turmoil. You know, God's pretty pissed off at us right now.
Well, when the top is rotten, the bottom is rotten too.
Yep. Yep.
And if you start what's the word? You shall know them by their fruits.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you look at the United States and you look at those two, and yeah, those are fruits.
Right.
Well,
Yep.
what's the joke about California? It's the land of fruits and nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. We got a
Now
serious.
it's Washington D.C.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's moved from here. Just now it's pretty much all border jumpers, and that's not a lie. I mean,
Huh.
and I mean, me and my wife, as you see, my wife is Mexican, and she can't stand them because people come here and they destroy California, and they expect you to learn Spanish to communicate. And you know, my wife told one the other day when we got into an argument with them outside in the front yard. She told him, you know, why don't you fucking learn English? This is our country. You know, I mean, she's Mexican, you know, but just like most of her family, they believe if you don't know English, you don't belong here. So, you know, and I mean, there's a lot of people that come here and got their green card and are pissed because these people have done nothing. They don't know English, but they still can get a job, a loan, a home. You know what I mean? And most Americans can't even get that.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're feeding them, so when all hell hits the fan, they can tell them, hey, you know, let's throw a badge on you guys and go handle our business.
That was the plan back in 1973 or 4.
Really, I just caught wind of that the other day.
No, it's been going on for 30 years.
Yeah, it's just, and they're bombarding every state, Ken, with every state. I mean, we're overflowing with them.
You understand that the government of Mexico is part and parcel of this problem.
Yeah, they're encouraging.
Well, they're taking the people that show up on their southern border and busing them to the northern border and say, have your way.
And that's what I heard, that Obama is allowing bus loads of them to come here. I seen pictures today of a bunch of kids that they're allowing to come here. Yeah,
Anchor babies from Guatemala.
yep. It just amazes me.
When you understand that he's an anchor baby too, you understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, and the last thing I've heard about Obama is somebody was requesting, I think it was a judge, that said he needs to show his real social security card. But that's not going to happen.
Well, he doesn't have one.
Right. too protected right now. I mean, along with everybody else, Reed, Pelosi.
Well, how do you get there? You need to realize that this is the way of Rome, and what's Rome and Italy known for is the mafia. And if
Right.
you're a made man in the mafia, you get this preferential treatment.
Yeah,
If you're a made man, like a senator or a congressman or one of those other guys, that I mean, the real mafia dons aren't selected from the slums. They're already made men from their families.
yeah. You know what's crazy, King, is yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I was talking to one of the guys on here, and he was like, "Hey, Leon, I got a phone call from a 701 area code, and it said the U.S. government." And I told him, well, that's kind of funny because I got the same fucking phone call on my cell phone, which my cell phone is off. I haven't paid the bill, Ken, but they called, and I answered it, and I said, my phone works? And it was a 701 number. No one, they didn't say anything. They just stayed on the line for a minute and hung up. And that's why I told him, I got the same call, and he goes, well, how strange is that? We got the same call on the same day. And I said, I don't know, what's going on with that, but absolutely I got that call. Because I was asking my wife, where the fuck is 701?
Well, 202 is the Washington, D.C. area code.
Yeah. A lot of people were saying either that was a government line or somebody just messing with you guys. So I'm not sure.
Well, it was admitted today that every government has a pipeline into all the privately owned switchboards.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you understand that the pension funds buy stocks, like the California Teachers Association has billions of dollars in their pension funds. And those pension funds are invested in companies like Boeing or companies like Raytheon or companies like Monsanto.
Monsanto, yeah.
And then they run their people right back into the oversight of whatever agency that it's all just it's incest it's incest and racketeering and
Yeah.
nepotism and
Cronyism.
yeah, if you pardon my French here, but if you suck my cock, I'll suck yours.
And that's what's
That's
going
the
with.
entire government.
Exactly. Yeah. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Absolutely. That's what's going on. Because I noticed
But
when
they also arrange for kiddie parties.
I heard that. I heard.
Have you heard of the Bohemian Grove?
Yep. I seen that. Yep.
Yeah, people like Ronald Reagan used to show up there.
Yeah, I'm very actually, I read a thing on Ronald Reagan today where he was a fucking pedophile, and
Yeah.
I was like, everybody's praising Ronald Reagan for being the best president. He was a pedophile. He was a fucking crook.
He was the dirtiest son of a bitch in 100 years.
Yeah, yeah, and everybody's saying, "Oh, we miss you so much." I was like, it amazed me. When you start reading and getting familiar with what the hell is going on, it just like the what Bush is in, that fucking Masonic shit.
Yeah,
You know,
Gog and Magog.
yeah, I've seen a lot of that shit, and I'm like, man, I can spot them now, especially from
Well,
that Bohemian Grove. That shit was just, I mean, satanic to the fullest.
well, that goes back to Babylon and Sumeria, and all that shit was imported into Rome.
Yeah,
The Vatican wasn't Catholic except for the last 1,000 years.
yeah. Now I've heard a lot about that Vatican. I've heard some shit. I've heard they are the ones that run this shit,
The
and
Vatican,
yeah,
the City of London, and the City of Columbia.
right. Colombia is the strong arm. They're the war arm.
The military, the money, and the religion.
Right.
I have a video that I made called The Three Keys, and it shows their symbolism. The Masons have in their one of their symbols is a single key. you'll see just a key. And if you have a key, you can lock things up or lock things out. And if you have two keys, you can lock twice as many things up or lock twice as many things down. And the City of London has two keys in their logo. And Vatican has Vatican has two keys, and the United Banks of Switzerland has three keys. So you've got the money, because the money that represented in the City of London is run out of Switzerland. Switzerland is the home base of the Templars.
Right. Right.
So you've got the money that the proverbial gold vaults in Geneva. All that's being laundered for drug money and everything else through London. You've got the Masons that are protecting it all through their police and their courts. You've got the Vatican doing their thing. They're just as dirty as.
Yeah. Yeah. They're horrible. When I showed we watched the video. It was about 3 hours long on the Vatican and how it's all played out and how the Vatican has Islam as their bodyguards.
Well,
And
Islam was created by a Jesuit general.
right, yeah, Jesuits. And she was watching that, and I mean that's what turned her off because she used to be Catholic, and she just was like the stuff we learned was jaw dropping. It was like we had no fucking clue on what was going on in the world. But like I told her, when we've opened our eyes and we see what's going on, it's a whole new world, Ken. I mean,
It's not the same world you find in a government textbook.
right, right. It's you'll find all the lies, and it pisses you off because you all the time you went to school you were lied to, every bit of it, every bit of it. I heard that Islam was the first ones that started the wars way back when. They are the ones that started taking countries, and how countries had to go to the Vatican to ask for help, and then the Vatican asked Rome to help the states to stop the Islamics from overrunning, which they killed and massacred a lot of
Well,
people.
there was entire divisions of Muslims in the Gestapo and the SS. Entire
Really?
Muslim divisions in the SS and the Gestapo of Nazi Germany.
Really? Under Hitler?
Yes.
Really? And I heard that he killed everything that
The
wasn't
grand,
blue-eyed blonde hair.
a Grand Mufti. Look up those words, Grand Mufti and Nazi, and you'll see he was a German SS officer, and he was based in Palestine.
Wow.
Yeah, there was it's the same thing that you saw in the wars between the Bosnians and the Serbs and the Kosovo and the entire Balkans episodes. The Al Qaeda that we created in 1970s that fought the Soviets, they were kind of getting bored and out of shape, so they sent them over to the Balkans and raised some hell over there.
Yeah, and I noticed that's pretty much what Obama's leaning on, and that's what everybody's talking about. You know how we as a country.
Carter, Jimmy Carter, the Mr. Peace, he started all that. Yeah, we got a new panel member.
All right.
Welcome aboard. Hello. I'm hoping you have a microphone. Come on in. Hello, hello.
We probably would have had more people, Ken, if we had this typing thing. I'm sure a lot of people don't have mics, or they just prefer not to talk.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I think we have an internal chat.
Yeah, 'cause I invited, I think, 12 people.
Well, it'd be cool if we got a few more panel members in. We have an internal chat, but I can't read both the internal and the external with only one screen. But this man is a former British submariner. I'm not sure if he was nuclear or diesel subs. Are you there? Gaia Militia. Come on in. And we lost him.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame. And
There
here
he is.
again. You got a microphone. Come on in.
No, I think he's telling you his microphone's messed up.
Well, that's a shame.
Feels like I can remember to nothing's my life aren't here either. So, yeah.
There's some background noise from something.
Yeah, I think that might be my TV, Ken.
No.
I heard him just a minute ago, but... Yeah, where's caregiver in him?
I don't know. Probably losing IQ points. You know, there was a couple chats I had to leave because I was losing 10 IQ points per hour. People are still attached to the idea that this can be fixed with the same population that allowed this shit to happen. It's not possible to fix it with the same population that allowed it.
Yeah, what I've been noticing too is I've been going to a couple of chats, and the last couple of days, I was like, what in the fuck are we talking about? Like, it's boring. You make no sense. Like,
well, if you're not learning something, what's the point?
Right.
Otherwise, it's just mental masturbation. You're pretending you're tickling yourself, but you're really not tickling yourself. So why not just go ahead and tickle yourself?
Right, and that's why I always back up. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. Is that better? There we go.
No, I'm not really watching this as TV either, so.
But yeah, I just, I was like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. There's stuff out here that really needs to be, like...
Well, if you don't understand the language that these creatures use, you're at a distinct disadvantage as soon as you walk into their unholy halls of injustice. I mean, why do you think it's called a criminal justice
system? Right, yeah, I've heard all about that one too.
It's criminal, it's not justice. It's making criminals out of breathing.
Yeah. And that's pretty much what
just
they're...
because you want to have a little smoke in your breath, that becomes a crime.
Right. Yeah, and I've noticed how they've been... I mean, you can't even spit on a sidewalk these days without fucking going to jail.
For having a cigarette in public?
Oh, yeah, I've had a cigarette. I was smoking, and I come in contact with the officer, and he would tell me, put your cigarette out. And I'm like, I'm not blowing it in your face. I mean, shit, I'm only harming my own lungs, and nope, you put it out or I'll arrest you. Like, seriously? I mean, yeah, it's fucking stupid, the stuff that they thrive on.
Juris-Diction, because he says so.
Yeah, and that's, they get this big head about...
Juris-Diction.
Yeah, I got the badge on, I'm in control type shit.
I have a pen, let it be written, let it be done.
Right, and that's dumb as shit.
Puts out his ticket book and starts human trafficking.
Yep. And that's what they do too. That's where they make their money.
If you were to interview your sheriff, which you probably wouldn't do,
Yeah, Donnie Youngblood. No, he wouldn't talk to
he
any
wouldn't
of
talk.
us.
He wouldn't
No,
talk to a dirtbag,
right. You,
huh?
you got to be somebody to talk to him. He's an asshole anyway. So
Well, yeah, if you blatantly ask them if their job consists of cannibalism or human trafficking, they will deny it. But if you break it down and show them what they're doing is cannibalism and human trafficking, I mean, it's the same as Islam and common law. There was a big thing on the news about these honor killings, about this girl that was raped in Pakistan or India or something, that was shot twice, put in a bag, and thrown in a river. That was an honor killing. Well, what does the state do when they execute somebody? It's the same thing. It's an honor killing. We're going to save the state by killing you.
right.
We're going
Yeah,
to save our family name by killing this person who got raped. We're going to save our family name by killing off this murderer, accused murderer, convicted by a jury of his peers.
yeah,
Well, there's no such thing as peers in a courtroom. Uh, I mean, the whole structure of them allowing what evidence or not allowing evidence, or
yeah. No, I agree with you there.
and when you talk about for-profit prisons with guaranteed booking accommodation rates, 98% occupancy. I mean, you can't get that at Motel 6. They don't get guaranteed room bookings,
Right.
but
Yeah,
prisons do.
that privately owned shit. Yeah,
Well, your county sheriff is a privately owned business too.
yeah,
His jail cells are paid for. The more people they have in jail, the bigger his paycheck is. If you go down to Louisiana, they get paid $25 a day to have somebody in a jail cell, whether they're there for a part of the day or the whole day. Just shutting the door behind them gets them $25. And if they only spend $3 on food, well, everything else is pure profit into his pocket.
wow.
That's you ever see the movie Cool Hand Luke?
I don't believe so.
Uh, Paul Newman, Cool Hand Luke. It's a classic from the 70s. It's something you should go look up. It's all about a chain gang and how the prison, how the state prisons were run in 1960 or 40s, or I don't remember exactly, but it's a movie that you should watch. Cool Hand Luke.
Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah, Cool Hand Luke.
Okay.
Paul Newman and George. Oh, it's a classic movie. You'll have to watch it. Yeah, it's all about a guy that just got thrown in jail over being drunk, and then got railroaded by the system and thrown into a chain gang because they needed people to clean up the roads, and he didn't exactly go along with the program. So they murdered him.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys, I had a bit of problem getting on. And sorry about my English accent as well.
Oh, that's all right. It's all right.
No need to apologize.
If you need me to slow down in the way I speak, just let us know.
Well, introduce yourself as
You can call me Lee. My
Lee?
name's Lee. Yeah, Lee.
I'm Ken. That's Leon.
How you
Pleasure to
doing,
meet
Lee?
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
pleasure.
fine, guys. It's like 4 in the morning here, but I'm doing all right. And you?
Oh, we're doing good.
I've had better decades.
But you sound in good shape.
Well, I'm motivated.
I think with what I'm seeing about your country, I think you've got to be motivated.
Absolutely.
You've got to
Same
be.
goes for you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wear a bag of shit as well.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat, brother.
Hey, I've been
I,
following your videos on your channel for a long time. You put out some very powerful stuff.
I try. Uh,
You go above and beyond. It's amazing some of the stuff I come across. You ought to be proud.
I'm worried about the direction our country is going in, and your country as well. And I think it was 5 years ago I stumbled upon on this conspiracy, and it shattered my world. And I had to spend a week in a. I signed myself into a mental institution for a week because I was devastated at what I'd found. You know, the murder of children, the corruption of your government, the corruption of my government. After serving in the Royal Navy and sort of,
Well, your government is our government.
yeah, you're not wrong.
If you go back to the Paris Treaty of 1783, you'll see that your King George laid out all the terms for us as the winner.
Well,
How does the loser dictate terms?
oh, well, do you know that your government, like George Herbert Walker Bush, George Walker Bush, Hillary Clinton, um, as well as a lot of other. I'll have to look at the genealogy research I've done, but all of your who's currently in power, including Barack Obama, are actually related to.
Every last one of them.
Yeah, and Putin is related to the European royals. The
They've
European
always
royals,
been.
the European royals are related to the British, and the British are related to the Americans. So they're
Well,
all.
the British royals are actually German.
Yeah, yeah. Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha.
That's them.
Yeah, and that's where the Illuminati bloodline is.
Yeah.
And that all got established by the Swiss.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
The Knights Templar, based in Switzerland.
Well, the Knights Templar.
Yeah, if you go back to the 30 Years' War and the 300 Years' War, the Swiss would send out patrols of mercenaries, and they would go out and just slaughter any village that they came across. And they would put their people there, and they became the Germans.
So the Germans actually came from the Swiss.
Yes.
So we've got the Swiss to blame now.
1291, at the end of the Crusades, when the Knights Templars got overthrown for a little while, they went underground. They went into Scotland. They went into Ireland. They went into Switzerland with their bags of tricks and their bags of money.
You see, I traced it from. I think it was the Knights Templar, and I traced them. I think it was from Israel, to France, to London, and then to Scotland. I think it was.
Well, yeah, but Scotland was just a hideout. Their main base was Switzerland. Established 1291.
I'm gonna have to look into that because I didn't even know anything about the Swiss.
If you go to my YouTube channel, you can view my videos that I copied from a fellow named Chatsvrats, and it's called The Pharaoh Show. And it talks about the Knights Templars, and they're being overthrown, and they're all related to the pharaohs and Caesar, and you talk about Earth. Your view is shattered, and you're in denial for a little while. Then you're pissed off.
Yeah.
Then you're in mourning.
Yep.
Been there, done that.
I was brought up in a country where we're taught to love our Queen and to love our government. And I served in the Royal Navy, and obviously I was indoctrinated. It was more of an indoctrination process I went through. Really, now looking back.
Well, if you talk about indoctrination, did you go to a training base and have to do a parade past the grandstands on your final day?
Yeah, yeah. I've done.
Remember the command of eyes right.
Yes, yes,
What were they telling you to look at? They were telling you to look at the officers and the
yeah,
politicians,
yes, exactly.
and that's what they've always been telling you. That's what newspapers tell you. That's what radio tells you. That's what television tells you.
Well,
Tells you
I'm not.
what's important. Tells you what not to look at. Those are conspiracy theories, you dumbass.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. If it's not put out by the mainstream media,
It's
it's a
not worth looking
conspiracy
at.
theory. Yeah,
Right.
And
Right.
that's eyes right. It goes. That's what they. I was in the Air Force. I worked in Strategic Air Command, which was the nuclear wing, B-52s and KC-135s,
yeah.
and it was the same thing then. They would march you around that field, the parade grounds, and you'd march by the grandstands, and they would bellow out eyes right, and your eyes were on the generals and the colonels and the politicians, and you didn't know what the hell was going on your left hand side, or behind you, or above you, or in front of you. Your only guidance was your generals and your non-commissioned officers and your politicians.
Can I make a comment as well? What you said before about Reagan. Reagan wasn't only just a pedophile. He was also raping mind controlled sex slaves.
Yeah.
In
Right.
in the book by Bryce Taylor, Thanks for the Memories. There's a lot of information in there about Reagan, and I think Nixon's also mentioned in there as well, um, about having sex with mind controlled sex slaves.
Yeah. I heard about the MK
And
sex
Well,
killed.
slave.
when,
Yeah.
when you
Yeah,
think about it, if they don't have dirt on you, you don't go anywhere.
exactly. I think you either have to be a pedophile or you have to be corruptible to get anywhere in politics.
Or you have
Absolutely.
to supply the children like Jimmy Seville.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah, Savile.
I
Yeah.
heard that Carrie, or I'm sorry, not Carrie, but Reed is a fucking pedophile.
Who's that one?
Reed, Harry
Harry,
Reed.
Oh, I'll have to look that one up because
Yeah, that's what I heard.
anyone who's a pedophile, I'm after.
Yeah, that's what I heard that Harry Reid is. I heard that they were after Bush got out of office, Bush would go to the White House with Obama, and they would take the little boys to the White House, and the little boys would suck off Bush and Obama. That's what I heard. It was
Well,
pretty sick.
George Walker Bush was caught kissing the 14-year-old son of a judge. George Herbert Walker Bush he was caught by Paul Bonacci. He was caught sucking off a little black boy and a little white boy.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what I heard.
Bryce Taylor, her 2.5-year-old daughter, he raped her. He was.
Wow.
It's alleged that he murdered at Bohemian Grove him and 9 other participants, including Warren Buffett, Pope Ratzinger, Michael Aquino, all participated in the murder of both, I think it was between 9 and 14, a little boy called Kevin Collins, when knives were brought up through his body. And yeah, so anyway, he's been implicated in the murder of children as well.
well, the whole thing in Bohemian Grove was all about the cremation of care, and when you even consider what that means, you're destroying your holocausting empathy. You're destroying empathy for anything and anybody on any level.
What do you know about the cremation of care?
Well, it's part of the ceremony at the closing of the Bohemian Grove is they incinerate they call it an effigy, but it could very well be an infant, and they burn it in a fire to cleanse themselves of guilt for deeds that they've done and deeds that they will do. They call it cremation of care. It's a ceremony where they destroy empathy. If you don't have any empathy for your fellow man, that anything is fair game. You'll launch wars on lies.
If these people were molested as well as children, involved in ritual abuse, then it teaches them to hate people instead of like the love that, so like compassion, the love. Like I love people, I love my fellow human.
Right.
When after like watching thousands of hours of witness testimony from child abuse victims, at one point it used to make me cry. I used to go to sleep sometimes and cry, even though I was taught to kill people, because I'm compassionate. It upsets me to see another human being in pain. So they remove that by abusing them as children, and then they grow up to hate people. So
They grow up with more than one personality. They're the schizophrenic, they call it. They have more than one personality. They can look at you and lie right to your face and smile.
while they're having sex with your children.
Right. Or eating them.
Yeah, exactly. Did you hear about Prince Bernard of the Netherlands and
Queen Beatrix?
Yeah, when it was the one I heard was Prince Bernard of the Netherlands and Pope. It's Aflink or something. I can't remember how you pronounce his name, but they've been implicated in the murder and torture of children, and they were and cannibalism. They were hunting children on horseback, and they were, before you were saying that they were. I can't remember what you said, but you said something before.
Well, that whole hunting of children on horseback is replayed in their polo game.
Yeah, I heard of that too, where they were having the dogs. I heard about them.
Fox hunts.
Yeah, hunting the kids with dogs too, and watching the dogs tear the kids up before they would. Yeah, that was sick shit.
Well, Queen Elizabeth and her pedophile partner Philip, they went to Canada in the 1960s and walked off with like 20 kids that they selected.
It was 64 and it was 10. Two of the names were Ralph and somebody else. It was Ralph Parker, and I can't remember the other kid's name at the minute. But they've also been implicated in the in 50,000 children missing from Canadian residential. Well, so is David Cameron.
Keeping up with Kevin Annette then?
Yeah, definitely.
Good.
There's a lot of people who say that he's bullshit, but he was right about the 50,000 Canadian children. It was actually it actually came out in the mainstream media, so he was right.
Well, he's right on the mark.
I think he's genuine. I really do.
Absolutely.
And
yeah. If you have watched his original film, and I did about a month ago, I watched his original film, and he just showed up at that little church in D.C. as just a naive soldier of Christ, right?
Yeah.
And he started asking the wrong questions, and pretty soon he was handed his ass, and like you, he went through these. Well, that just can't be. The denial in the morning, and now he's just pissed off. And it definitely goes into the Vatican, the Jesuits, the whole.
You see, when you were talking before about it's the Vatican, I totally agree with you. But what I heard was that the Zionist Jews took over the Vatican in Vatican II. I don't know if you've heard that or not.
If you look at the headwear of the cardinals,
it's
a little Jewish skull cap.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I mean, it's right there in your face.
Well, I've also heard about Sorry,
One
go
of
on.
the terms I like to use is you can't see the trees because of the forest. They have you looking at so many things you're not able to look at the one.
Well, see, this is where Freemasonry comes in as well. I think
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
because we're all looking for one, like a lot of people are looking for one religion, when people like the Freemasons, another groups, Ordo Templi Orientis, they're it's more about knowledge, isn't it? It's more about the knowledge of the scriptures. So it's multiple different religions.
Well, it goes back to Old Testament, not New Testament. That's what I have found. A lot of it is Old Testament. They want to bring about the revelations by following the despicable and the cruel and the most heinous crimes of the Old Testament is what's going to bring about their new Christ.
But what I heard was that Messianic Jews were like, I'm not against Jews, right? And I must reinforce this. I've got nothing against Jews. But I heard that Messianic Jews were trying to bring about the Messianic age, and in order to do that, because they want to bring their Messiah down to earth, and in order to do that, they had to either make the earth completely good or completely bad, and they don't think that the world can be completely good. So they were making like flooding the world with satanic music, just giving people all the bad things in life.
Rock and roll,
Exactly.
acid rock and roll, all the Jerry Garcia. You know he worked for the CIA.
Who did Garcia?
Jerry Garcia, the guy with all the tie dye, and he was into the acid rock and roll, not the Black Sabbath type stuff, but
Here's one for you. Did you know? Right. So did you know Freemasonry? That's a Jewish organization. Did you know?
yeah,
Yeah. Like the building of Solomon's Temple. Solomon's Temple was Jewish.
and
Uh,
the Templars were on Temple Mount,
they were Jewish or Christian. Was it Christian or Jewish?
or Kabbalah,
Which is Jewish
right,
or Babylonian,
right, Sumerian.
Sumerian Babylonian. You see that in. I
I've
heard that.
watched a lot of your videos. I learn a lot. I tend to keep it.
I don't necessarily believe everything, but I believe, I think like yourself, I take bits from it.
This whole thing has been so compromised for so long.
Yeah.
When you were in the Navy, you said you served in a submarine. Was that a diesel or a nuke?
I was trained in nuclear weapons. I was trained on Vanguard class, Trafalgar class, and Swift Shewer class submarines. So my final job was you have three different departments. You have fire control, navigation, and launcher. I was trained in all three departments of nuclear weapons, and my final job was navigation, which is the navigation of nuclear weapon systems.
Intense.
Yeah, it was pretty boring. Like, I bet your job was intense.
Well, I was a jet engine mechanic, and
And you
I
kick
worked
ass
in
at what I did.
I worked in accessory repair, which was the exhaust stacks and the intakes and the oil coolers, bearings, and the carbon seals internally for a while. And then I went out to the test cell where we ran the engines up after they'd been rebuilt to make sure they were satisfactory, didn't have blowouts. And then after a while, I got tired of that, and I went into the main engine shop and ended my tour. But it was all very. I mean, it could go from pretend to real fast. Just like these drills that they run over here and call them real. The Sandy Hook was a drill. All these things. The London 7/7 bombings were a drill.
Well, I heard that Sandy Hook was, according to an investigator who worked for the United States government, I heard that Sandy Hook was a hoax. Well,
Yeah,
it was just a government. There was a government. It was
it was a
all.
it was a ploy.
Well, it's a
Yeah,
psyop.
Yeah.
It's a military psyop. Have you come across the documents of silent wars?
yeah. Quiet silent weapons for
Quiet
quiet
weapons,
wars.
silent wars, and the other one, oh, it's from
The NASA document.
yeah. These people are beyond. They can't be rehabilitated.
Well, I think the psychopaths and sociopaths and I agree with you 100% that they can't be rehabilitated. Did you know
Silent
Barack?
weapons, quiet wars, and the NASA future of warfare.
Have you read the one controlling the weather 2025
All of
by the
them.
U.S. military?
All of them. And
Have you
you know,
heard?
as an Air Force, I mean, I was on the bases with the B-52s and the KC-35s flying overhead every day, and there was no exhaust that hung around for hours and days. I mean, this shit didn't start till 1990s, and I was out of the Air Force in 1984, so I've been out for 30 years.
I was 3 when you left when you you'd already served your service by the time I'd been born.
Wow, that's intense. That gives me a new perspective.
What's your opinion on Dr. Stephen Greer?
I'm not familiar with him.
You know, have you looked into the whole UFO phenomenon yet?
Oh, yeah.
I have. I went into the UFOs and the what's the artwork they do in the fields.
Oh, crop circles.
Crop circles, yeah. The way I see that operation, UFOs and crop circles, they're the same energy. It's from a different dimension. It's like Twilight Zone shit. Have you ever watched any of the old Rod Serling Twilight Zone?
Yeah, you're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and of sound, but of mind. Your next
That's
stop.
one. That's it.
Yeah.
There was a lot of truth in what they were doing back then. I mean, when you look at some of the original episodes, I mean, they were covering some stuff that they shouldn't have been. That's why they were taken off the air for a while, because he was putting out stuff that they really didn't want out yet. But I do believe that the UFOs and crop circles are linked like apple pie. You can't have one without the other. I mean, well, there's different types of pie, but there's only apples in apple pie. I mean, you don't get these crop circles without UFOs. You can't get any of them without having. It's like the fallen angels. We can't see them, but we can feel them. It's like real angels, the good guys. We can feel when they're around too, but
Now,
we can't see them.
I heard about the Watchers. Have you heard about this, Ken? The Watchers. They found the Watchers. It's over in Islam somewhere. It's right by Israel, and the UN has taken over that part of the land, and they put a building. If you go on Google and you search that area, you'll see a big ass UN building with a big UN on the top.
That's Ashtari.
Yeah, you've heard of that.
So
Yeah.
I haven't. What is it?
I think it's Ashtari. I put up a. I remember doing something on either Google or YouTube about this, and they have big obelisks and big pyramids and all these symbols built into the buildings. It's like the buildings in Sandy Hook. Some of the buildings that the old mental hospital were made were ancient Hebrew symbols.
Yeah, and they said they found the pit that goes to hell, and they put
They know where to find it.
yeah, and they put a UN building there to make sure no one goes around it.
Their people.
I'll definitely have to look into that.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty amazing. I watched that, and I watched the war against aliens that are already here in Mexico. I can't remember the name, but they have a base, an alien base, and we have servicemen that work there. Where people that come up missing, that's where they go, and the aliens study them. It's an agreement that our government's made with the aliens, where they study us.
1940s.
Yeah,
Is that the Eisenhower Agreement?
Yes.
That would be it. That would be
Yeah.
what brought upon the National Security Act in 1947.
You see, I'm in two minds. I'm in two minds whether or not that's. I know. I don't want to offend anyone or anything, but
No, go ahead. We're
I-
talking about
see-
whatever you want to talk about.
absolutely.
because what I heard, right, was that I researched the UFO field. I got into this whole research because I saw something in the sky I couldn't explain. So I went and I went on the hunt to see what people were saying. And then I come across people like Dr. Stephen Greer, and Dr. Carla Turner, Johnny Mack. There's lots of different. I basically chose the best in the field that I could find, and then sort of like I was looking at what they were saying. While I was researching the UFO field, I was also researching the satanic ritual abuse field at the same time. The people in the UFO field were saying that children were being abducted by aliens, but the people in the satanic ritual abuse field were saying that as children they were used by the United States government. They were dressed up in sort of alien costumes. They had those lenses that people say they see in these grey aliens.
Uh-huh.
What the ritual abuse victims were saying was that they were World War II goggles, and that they were they were using, I think it's psychotronic weapons. I think, like, wireless weapons. So they were used like the wireless weapons that they used in Iraq when they made people think that they were seeing gods and things like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
hearing shit. Yeah, like you can
Yeah.
walk by a building. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, Project Bluebeam. Right.
So what the ritual abuse victims were saying is that they were used to basically spoof people. So they thought that these were grey aliens when in reality they were actually children dressed up. But I'm not saying that that is the truth, because there was a case where, being an ex-submariner, there's been multiple cases that have been recorded over the years. Like, you've got 60 odd years, if not more, of UFO history. And it was, I've lost track of what I was saying there.
Well, I'll tell you what, UFO history is really goes through the Middle Ages. There's paintings from old masters that have UFOs up in the sky.
Yeah, I've seen them.
It's not new. It didn't require technology to do it in 1300. That's what led me back to the different dimensions.
But what makes me think is that there was a case where there was a submarine fleet or a fleet that a Royal Navy fleet or a Navy fleet that tracked an object. I think it was 3 to 6 days. They tracked an object, and it was like 20,000 feet below the water. Now, at that time, submarines couldn't dive to that depth. They could only dive to 7,000 feet. So this object was moving. It was 20,000 feet or something. It was 20,000 feet, and it was something like 150 miles per hour. It was moving.
Yeah.
Now, our submarines could only move at like 20 to 30 knots at that time. So that's what makes me sort of question whether or not aliens are real. And now I'm not saying aliens aren't real, because I
Well,
think you have.
aliens are something that's unfamiliar. That's all the word alien means is unfamiliar. I mean,
Can
it's just. I mean, you're an alien to me,
I mean,
more or less.
extraterrestrial.
If you were from Iraq or from Afghanistan, you'd be even more alien. That's why we call our illegal migrants illegal aliens. Man, it's just because we don't speak the same language doesn't mean we're not from the same seed.
Well, see, right, this is, like, again, I know I keep bringing up the Jews, but again, I'll have to reinforce I'm not against Jews, right? But when I was researching the UFO field, what I found was that the most prominent people in the UFO field were Jewish. Like Dr. Stephen Greer was a Jew from the Baha'i religion. You have Dr. Carla Turner, who said that she was abducted by aliens, and aliens told her that she was a Jew, and she put down her religion as Christian Jew. You've got Dr. Johnny Mack. He was a Jew. I mean, it's nearly 5 o'clock in the morning, so I mean, I could recite you, generally I could recite you name after name after name, but because it's literally 4:30 in the morning, I'm struggling to put bits and bobs together. So, but what I was finding though was that I believed it at first. I literally, I really believed that the aliens were here and stuff at first, but then the more I started to look into it, the more I started to question. And if you think that people are trying to set up a new world order,
Correct.
so they're flooding they're flooding people with like disinformation in order to make people confused and able to make people mistrust each other.
Well,
And what
that goes right back to the forest for the trees. They have us looking in so many places that we're always picking up rocks and we're always finding something, but we don't know which is the right thing.
Now, Lee, have you heard that there is two kind of Jews?
I've heard that there's like a lot of different Jews. I've heard that there's a like which ones are you talking about? Are you
The
talking about?
the BHI. Does that sound familiar? The BHI or BHL. They're
It sounds
they're
familiar.
called they're called the Black Jews. They said they're the original.
Yeah, yeah.
You've heard of those?
It's ringing a bell.
Yeah, I read a lot about that and how wicked they are. They are absolutely wicked.
Are they Sabbatean Frankist Jews or not? Because that's the ones I've heard that there's lots and lots of different types of Jews, and the ones I've been focusing on are Sabbatean Frankist Jews, and the Jews that worship that follow the Babylonian Talmud.
Right. Yeah, that they're they call themselves the Black Jews, the original Jews. They kill other Jews. They don't believe that anybody should be on this planet but them. They believe that they are the gifted ones.
The 144,000.
Yeah, I talked to one of them. Actually, I got to an argument with one of them on here.
What do you say?
Yeah, I didn't. Well, he was pretty much telling me that we all need to be wiped off the planet. All of us. UK, British, the US, Islam, all of us. And what surprised me is that Anonymous, somebody from Anonymous came in and he said, Leon, you need to read this because this is what he's talking about. So I read it and it amazed me. I didn't even know there was that kind of Jew that are severely dangerous. Severely dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. They, the thing is, we were simply born. You know, I, I can't get my head around how people can hate me for nothing.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I haven't even done anything wrong to anyone.
Exactly. And the same thing goes on here, brother. With I mean, Ken can can even tell you here in the States, I mean, we're hated because of our color. We're hated because we're poor. We're hated because of this. We're hated because of that.
We've had a war on poverty for 50 years. We've had a war on drugs for 40 years. We have
Right.
a war on terror for 10 years. We have for 13 years. We have war against again another war against the people of the United States by
Right.
our own government.
I was just going to say that. Well, what I'm getting from the United Kingdom is that it's the United States government that are doing it to use. That it's think tanks. They set up think tanks, and that's their greatest weapon is the think tank. You know, like the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral
Right.
Commission,
Yep.
Bilderberg Group. It's these think tanks that are doing it, and it's these crazy ideas. It doesn't have to be everybody in the think tank that's corrupt. You only have to. It's about the implantation of an idea and how you put that idea across,
Right.
and then it's inside of that idea is you implant something inside of someone's head. They say that's a good idea, and then when they go ahead with the idea, then they start changing. Then you start modifying things as it's being created.
Correct. Correct.
Eyes right. Eyes right. We'll tell you where to look. We'll tell you what's important. We'll tell you what not to look at. We'll tell you who to believe.
Yeah, because what no one will tell you, and I'm sure you I know Ken is, but I'm sure you're familiar with the Council of Foreign Relations.
Yeah.
The Bilderbergers, the Quakers, the Rothschilds, they are the ones running this whole thing.
I'm dying to get some pedophile information on the Rothschilds. I
Oh,
haven't got
yeah.
one bit of pedophile information on them yet, but I'm telling you, I'm hunting every day for it.
Well, I can guarantee you that they are, because there was one that was tried, not a Rothschild, but he was a super rich
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller, and there was another one too. What is it? Pudance? What is that? Uh, uh, they're a big company. And he was tried for child molestation and got off. He raped a 4-year-old.
DuPont.
Oh, he
DuPont.
got off. He
DuPont.
got. I know. I read that because he didn't. They said that he wouldn't fare well in prison.
Exactly.
Is that what? Oh no, yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when I read
Another
that.
case of affluenza.
Yeah.
They're too rich to put in prison because they'll have it too badly.
And they did that. They did the same thing with that kid. With that one kid, Ken, the rich kid that went around and stabbing people and stuff.
Affluenza.
Yeah, he was. I don't remember what they called it. I'm sure you can recall, but he was too rich to go to prison because he was babied all of his life. He didn't understand. It amazes me. It amazes me how much money can buy your way out of this.
Money can buy you love, and money can buy you justice.
Did you hear about Jeffrey Epstein? Have you heard of Jeffrey
Oh yeah,
Epstein?
he had an island with pedophile parades.
Sex slaves.
Do what?
Bill Clinton, has been. Look up Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton he was recorded more than 10 times taking flights to Jeffrey Epstein's island, where he had 40 sex slaves, including underage girls, and Prince Andrew. He was renting out. He was giving renting out sex slaves to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton invited a pedophile to his daughter's wedding. How fucking crazy is
Are
that?
you kidding me?
No, I've got it on my channel, and it's in the paper. It was in the papers and everything. How crazy is that?
Wow.
Leon, if you don't have this guy subbed, and you need to spend hours watching some of the stuff that this guy puts up.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna sub him. Absolutely.
I think she was. I don't know how you pronounce her name, but Ghislaine Maxwell was she's also a pedophile. She was the girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein. She's the one. She was his fixer. She was the one who was taking the pictures of underage girls for Jeffrey Epstein. That was the person that Bill Clinton invited to his daughter's wedding. even when Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew said that they were not friends with Jeffrey Epstein anymore, who again is a Jew, they were still friends with Ghislaine. I can't remember your pronounce her name.
Oh, look how
Miss
long
Maxwell.
that Seville guy got away with all the crap he did over there.
In Jimmy Savile in one place, there was up to at the BBC.
He would go to children's homes and pick out whoever he wanted.
Let me tell you a little. I'll tell you a couple of little bits about Jimmy Savile, right? On the BBC, he was he molested up to 1,000 children that the staff at the BBC turned a blind eye to. Jimmy Savile was taking children from Haut de la Garenne childcare home in Jersey and giving them to our former British Prime Minister Edward Heath, who would then molest the children on his boat and then murder the children. Jimmy Savile was a necrophiliac into having sex with the dead.
I heard that's why Mountbatten got whacked too.
He was a pedophile as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he got whacked, I think he had three disabled children on his boat.
Yeah.
God, you've got to be kidding me. That's the lowest of the low.
Lord Mountbatten is Prince Philip's uncle.
Yep.
Oh my.
I mean, do you know Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth are not only married, they're related by blood?
Now, I do watch the UK column now and then. I'm familiar with Bill Maloney and
Brian Gerrish.
I try to keep up on what's going on over there, because what starts there comes over here.
Now, I've heard about the Queen. I've heard about. I mean, she is the no disrespect to you if you were raised that way, but from what I understand, she is the sickest, most gruesomest killer of all of them. That's what I've heard.
Bodies that turn up on their fields and just disappear.
Yeah,
Did you not hear about the dead bodies that were found on Sandringham Estate?
That's the ones.
Sandringham Estate. They found dead bodies on Sandringham Estate, and in every news report I've seen, they were like, oh, who could it be?
The police over there are all Freemasons.
I mean, people tried.
They got the checkerboard right on their hat.
People tried to get the politicians and the police to sort of come out and say, look, are you Freemasons or not? And they threatened to sue the government.
Yeah.
Because they didn't, and then they didn't have to. I think it was Jack Straw, MP Jack Straw. I mean, our Justice Secretary, or he was our Justice Secretary, Jack Straw, made it illegal for victims of child abuse to speak out, even if they feel they are being maltreated. One of our current MPs, MP Harriet Harman, was, or actually before I go to Harriet Harman, let me tell you the connections between pedophiles, some of the connections between Queen Elizabeth and pedophiles. Queen Elizabeth's personal advisor, Lord Adrian Fulford, was a pedophile. He was known for letting people off with sex crimes against children. He was a key backer and founder of the Pedophile Information Exchange. The Queen Elizabeth's butler, Paul Kidd, while he was working for the royal family, he was also running a pedophile ring. Rolf Harris, who's currently is currently under investigations for 12 sexual assaults against children, was
got the British Buggery Corporation.
Yeah.
Stealing money from people for TV license. Hey, Lee, what do you know of the groom of the stool?
The groom of the stool is wiping the Queen's arse. That's
People
my
don't
job.
believe it. People don't believe that that's a real job.
Yeah.
And it requires somebody from the House of Lords.
Oh, I don't know who does it like, but it'd be a bit of a dirty job, I think.
Well,
I
that's
wouldn't like the smell of
that
shit.
who better.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man?
You alright, man?
Same old, same old.
Can you imagine you're in the House of Lords and you get a job of wiping the dirty butt of a royal?
With a hemorrhoids.
I mean, it's just. I mean, how do you get that job? From what I hear, Lady Diana Spencer's daddy was groom of the stool.
Do you know Princess Diana, according to my research, Princess Diana was a Jew and a Rothschild? Princess
Yeah, I
Diana's
saw that.
mother was Jewish.
Well, they incest isn't a crime in their book. Incest is the way that they keep the power in the family.
Well, both Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for incest.
Well, half of the pharaohs were the result of incest as well as the czars of Russia were all trading partners with their European cousins. And my family goes back to 1400, 1500 Germany, outfit called the Order of the Helmet. Have you heard of that?
No, but from where I'm from, we say that somebody's a helmet and it means that they're a bell end, a dick.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Let me see if I can bring up a picture of it. I know I have a picture. My family goes back. They were protectors of Charlemagne, and the Order of the Helmet was his personal mercenaries, I guess, like the Swiss Guard for the Vatican right now. And on the crest of my family shield is an owl and an armed fist with armor and the Order of the Helmet on top. I'm trying to find it here.
You did yeah, you you were telling me that amazed me because that helmet thing, yeah, we use that over here too. I didn't know that Order of the Helmet was real, but I know people like, dude, you're a helmet or you're a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that cracked me up. I was like, are you joking? Cause yeah,
I'm
trying to find a picture of the coat of arms from my family back in 1400s.
our prime minister has got multiple allegations of being a pedophile, covering up pedophile, and that's honestly, God's honest truth. David Cameron.
oh, Cameron.
David Cameron, he's an Ashkenazi Jew. He's an Anglican, so he's a Christian, but he has Ashkenazi Jew roots. He has multiple allegations of covering up pedophile rings. I openly call him a pedophile, openly, because as far as my research states, he is a pedophile, and I haven't had one complaint. I've even messaged him. I've sent it to his constituency, his office. I've messaged him on Twitter, calling him a pedophile, and and no one said a thing because it's blatantly, you cannot see he's not. If you do the research, if you look into it, you can't see he's not. He's covered up multiple pedophile rings.
And you know, I can tell you one thing. You know, here in the States, what they're doing now, these Jews, which I have nothing on Jews either. You know, I mean, I'm pretty much everybody. You know, we're all here to live and let live. That's how I am. But the Jews are dressing and acting white. They'll do something criminal and blame the white people. That's what they're trying to do right now is start a race riot here against blacks and whites.
Yep, I've heard exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly
You see the picture in my.
Oh yeah, I seen it. Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
You see the owl in there?
Yeah, I sure do.
Is that the Owl of Minerva?
That's right. And then you see the armored, the fist with the sword.
Sword, right.
Right? And then the helmet above. And that all goes back to Charlemagne when he was the Holy Roman Empire. the Caesar. It really gets deep. I mean, these bastards are.
Oh,
And my family name is on my mother's side is Schramm, which is German Swiss for scratch or scar, which means we were out there scratching and scarring people.
Wow.
And that's
another,
why we were in the knowledge of having. That's why the owl, it represents knowledge, that the hidden knowledge, and the arm, the sword that was out there scratching and scarring people. And man, the stuff you find out when you go back that far.
my
Yeah, and
dad.
the name Shram is Ashkenazi Jew.
So you have
And
Jewish
I
roots.
don't identify myself as Jewish, or I don't identify myself as American anymore.
Right.
I'm just Ken from planet Earth now.
Yeah,
The thing
I'm.
is, the thing is, be careful, right? Because that's exactly what they want. That's what they're trying to do. They want you to lose your sovereignty. I'll try and find the. Give us 1 sec. I'll find that quote from the guy from the World Health Organization. Uh, this is it. This is from Dr. George Brock Chisholm, or however you pronounce it, from the World Health Organization. To achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family tradition, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. So they're literally trying to. There was it national patriotism. So they're trying to ruin your national patriotism. So just
Well,
be
it's
careful.
working.
Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job, but from what I heard, these elites, they absolutely can run. They know exactly what they're doing. They had this plan for millenniums, and it amazed me.
Well, I've got actual Barack Hussein Obama saying that it was they've been working on it for centuries. I've
Well, I
actually
tell
got
you what,
Barack
Lee,
Hussein Obama saying
it's
that.
got to be getting pretty late. Maybe we can do another chat in a better time frame for you.
I'm good at I will I'm an insomniac pretty much, so I'm working on this 24 like as long as I can. I'm awake like more than 12 hours a day working on this every
Okay.
hour. Every hour God sends, because the plan is well advanced, and in order to protect my family, you know, I need to work hard on this, so I'm
Yeah,
awake whenever.
and that's what we usually say. You know, they never sleep, so we need to keep on our toes too. That's absolutely right. You know, I got a good friend named James over in Ireland, and me and him keep in contact. And he's told me some stuff that will absolutely blow your mind. I mean, the as hard as they are on Ireland's the Ireland people, it amazed me. What they allow you to do is to wake up, go get drunk, and go back to home. I mean, that's pretty much the allowance of the Ireland people. It's amazing.
Well,
Well,
the Irish famine was not due to a potato blight. It was due to the British troops going in there and seizing everything that they could grab
Yeah,
their hands on.
right.
the personal joke between the British and the English and the Irish is that the Irish are backward, but they're not. I mean, we love the Irish really, but we sort of take the mick out of them a bit.
Yeah, no, I always mess with him. I mean, every time I talk to him, I'm like, you know, you fucking leprechaun. But I mean, we take it good-heartedly. But yeah,
Yeah,
it amazes me how everything that he talks about is about a pub. And I'm like, well, is there anything else that wraps around your world? I mean, you're not into what your government's doing, and he's all, you know, you can't get into that shit. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you don't step on that ground. What you worry about is waking up, getting you cigarettes that cost $13 a pack, go to the pub, have you a pint, and go home. I was like, it amazed me what that man is under, you know.
well, I'm of the opinion. I'm of the opposite opinion. If somebody said that to me, what I tell people all the time is, if you have that opinion, get out my way, stand behind me, because all you're gonna do is slow us down. You know, I'm going straight as soon as I find out the head person. I mean, I've got a name suspected of the head person, but I believe it's Queen Elizabeth, or the royal family that's head of the Illuminati. But
Right,
other
right.
people, they're bringing in this Pindar name. But as soon as I've confirmed the head of the Illuminati,
Well,
then
have you come across information regarding the three different popes?
uh, Ratzinger, Bergoglio, and I don't know the other one.
No, a white pope, a
Oh no.
black pope,
Yeah,
and a
I've,
gray pope.
I've heard of the Black Pope, Ken. I heard that he's the top dog, the Black Pope.
No, he's just a order taker for the gray pope.
Really, from what I heard and read on the Black Pope, that he is the one that no one can meet, no one gets to talk to.
He's the Jesuit general.
Yeah, he's like the
But
shot
generals
caller.
take orders.
Yeah,
Generals take orders, and he
I
takes
heard
orders from the gray pope,
I heard the Jesuits were Jews, crypto Jews.
right? Yep.
Is
Yep.
that true? Do you think that's true or not?
Yes, I do believe that's true.
and I got a friend on here that always sends me stuff about the Jews, and he said that they're behind everything, anything you can imagine, they're behind. And I was like, really? And
I
he
am.
said, and that's why he says, Israel should be wiped off the map because they are absolutely hideous. Those people commit crimes. They're doing our country.
Well,
They want
Israel is Rothschilds.
Yep. Yes. Exactly.
right.
I mean,
Yeah, no,
the Rothschilds have owned the British crown for, who was it? Meyer Amschel. He was in the 1600s, 1700s.
I heard that they took over the breeding rights of the royal family in 1915, I think it was, but I would have to confirm that. That's what I heard.
I mean, the British crown has been the bitch of the Rothschilds for a long time.
Yeah, yes. I heard that not Queen Elizabeth, Bill Clinton.
Victoria.
I heard Bill Clinton was Winthrop Rockefeller. I think it was.
Winthrop Rockefeller, that's true.
I heard it was he was the son of Winthrop Rockefeller. But I don't know if that's. I can't confirm that. I haven't confirmed that. I don't know if it's true. Or not.
I've come across the same information.
I also heard that. Oh, actually, go on because I'm clouded right now.
Well, all these people are like I was telling Leon earlier. It's like a big mafia family, and when you hear that all roads lead to Rome, it's partly true, and it's a partnership of the mafia dons. And you're a made man if you're a king or a queen or a prince or a prime minister or a president. And they only take prime ministers and presidents out of their own families.
well, what really like got me on edge is when I heard about a week and a half ago, Ken, that the Rothschilds went into hiding. So I was telling everybody, is this true? And they were like, well, yeah, that's what I heard. And I said, okay, now that's a red flag because if they went into hiding, something is about to happen.
I get that feeling all the time. I get that feeling that something's
Big is about to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
Like another 7/7 or another 9/11.
yeah.
Did you? Here's some information I just came across. The Mormons. What do you know about the Mormons, Lee?
No, I've heard that the satanic. There's satanic. I've heard about a lot of pedophilia.
They slaughtered a wagon train on September 11th in 1860.
Did they?
They
that-
slaughtered on September 11th. They committed a massacre on a wagon train, dressed as Indians.
Wow.
Skull
On
and Bones.
September 11th, of all the dates in history, they did it on the September 11th.
I've
And
been
here's another little factoid that'll blow your mind. Talking about Holocaust and Jews, the Ford Pinto was brought out on September 11th.
The what?
The Ford Pinto.
Oh, the
Pinto.
Ford.
It was known for exploding if you got rear-ended. The gas tank.
Yeah, yeah.
I heard, well, according to Egyptian scholars, which they're saying that Mossad in Israel did 9/11. I'm personally of the
Well,
opinion.
it's a partnership. The British were in on it too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone off into the Iraq and Afghanistan.
I've got no doubt that my country is probably right at the centre of it.
Right,
I,
dead center.
And
I, I,
well,
I wouldn't be surprised if my
That
country.
Blair was one of the biggest scum dogs on the planet.
and what I heard, Ken, was the Jews owned the Twin Towers, and as soon as it got knocked
Overseen.
down, they went and filed for insurance. They had
They got
terrorist
two
insurance.
policies paying out.
Yeah, one and two.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
Their staff were taken out. Their staff didn't go to work that day. The Jews in the Twin Towers didn't go to work that day. That's what I heard.
Yep. The whole thing, just like 7/7, the bombing over in London, that was all set up for the same reason.
Well, a little bit of a it's a bit of a theory of mine. It's not fact. It's a bit of a theory that 9/11 actually means 666. If you
Actually, 9/11 is what they call an antonym of 116, which is a promise to Isis, Horus, and Set.
set, yep.
I mean,
And
the
yet-
whole thing. If you watch the Pharaoh show and Octagon, the Empire of Darkness, and man, I've come across so much information. It just
Yeah.
your channel, Lee, you've got some great stuff on your channel.
I've heard about that. I've heard about Mars and Saturn too, Ken. There's something I forgot what it was, but I think it was Saturn that was supposed to be the Luciferian planet, or was it Mars? One of
Saturn.
those two.
Saturn.
Saturn.
Yeah, because I read up on that too.
It's got a hexagon on its south pole.
Yeah.
Well, the Rothschilds, I haven't got the. Next time we're in in a conference, I'll get the information I've got about Saturn in the Rothschilds, the Saturn. And I've heard a lot of other things about the Saturn death cult, but I think a lot of things do go back to Saturn, and I need to do a lot more research on Saturn. I've done a lot of research to do with like Saturn death cults and things like that, but what I'm hearing is that a lot of things go
go
back to Saturn.
back, and you go with that back into ancient Sumerian and the tablets that they found with the Anunnaki and all the giants and the stars, and they were worshiping all this stuff 6,000, 8,000 years ago.
And when you told me about, because I remember the owl, and how you said that they burn children and stuff. I remember reading on a statue back in old days where they had an iron statue
That
where
was
they
Moloch.
where they heat up the hands and they would put a newborn and
Yep.
scold it to death. I
Yeah.
remember reading that too.
That's where the Bohemian Grove ceremony comes from.
Correct.
And the murder of the children.
Yeah.
It's for power.
It
A lot
goes
of it.
from- remember Abraham and Isaac. Abraham was going to sacrifice his son, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That he stopped. He didn't do it, but a lot of the Old Testament, he did do it. He did it over and over and over and over.
Oh, you know what? I heard day before yesterday, Ken, that the Pope, somebody come across some new Bible pages that said that Jesus was never crucified. Have you heard of this?
The latest information I got on the new Pope, Francis, out of Argentina through Kevin Annette, says he was part of the Satan's Sisters, the 7 Sisters of Satan. And they had a lot of human sacrifice going down in Argentina when that was run by the Perón
I heard that.
The Perones were German. The Argentina was run as a colony of Germany, more or less, during the 1930s and 40s.
Huh.
I mean, that's where Hitler ran off to was Argentina.
Yeah, I heard he ran off and went into a cave or something and lived there for many years.
Oh, he didn't live in a cave. He lived in a hacienda.
I heard the CIA helped them escape through the rat lines.
Oh yeah, the Vatican and the Red Cross. They're
Yeah.
all in on it.
Yeah,
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, 9,000 Nazi scientists.
Yeah.
The scum doesn't stop from 100 years to the next 1,000. It's been going on from the very beginning, from when it seems to be when that first Apple bite was taken, whatever, if it was an apple at all. Did you notice that the symbol for Apple computers is the same one that represents sin from the tree of knowledge?
yeah, with the bite taken out, I absolutely caught on to that. Yeah.
Well, have you seen if you take two Apple you take the Apple sign and you replicate the Apple sign and put them side by side, so the bite out of the apple is side by side. There's this alien face appears. And
Yeah, I've seen that.
This alien face is appearing everywhere, even in the 1998 British passport. There's an alien face. It popped out. It's hidden behind the two thistles.
There's an alien face in the seal on the back of the dollar bill. Not the pyramid, but the other one with the eagle and the. If you start coloring in, you get an alien face in that seal too.
So this is what makes me wonder about this whole alien thing. Why is this is this some sort of like a psychological thing, or is it is
Those are the fallen angels, Lee.
Yeah,
Those are the fallen angels.
is this the Nephilim?
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
heard, that they were fallen angels.
And there's
Correct.
33 fallen angels. 33 of them followed Lucifer.
Right, Earth, right.
The name Satan is mentioned 33 times in the Old Testament. The name Satan is named 13 times in the New Testament.
Well, the word Jesus, if you look at from a numerical perspective, there's a certain algorithm that you use to analyze biblical texts, and the numerical value for Jesus is 45666.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
you know,
I didn't know that.
Fox News from Rupert Murdoch is Hebrew for 666.
But
And you know,
see,
Jesus was nailed to the cross by the nails that were called sixes. And he used 3 of them to nail him to the cross.
one in each hand and through his
And
through
2
his
through
feet.
his ankles. And he
Give me
used
1 minute, Ken.
6s to nail him to the cross.
I don't get. This is what I'm sure. If they had this whole satanic thing, I don't see why it's been hidden for so long. Is it because obviously it'll be to do with the
But
killing
it's
of
not-
children? I mean, but the religion
It's
itself.
only been under the surface. It's not. It's always been around. I mean, it goes back. You looked at my family crest and the hidden owl. I mean, these people knew about it. I mean, back in the 1400s and 1200s, my family knew about it. They were in on it. They were doing the scratching and the scarring.
I mean, you've got the.
It's so crazy, man, to think that. And apparently, my family, my mother and my father, they don't want to talk to me about any of this shit. But the family's always been high Masons, and my uncle named his son Mason. I mean, I came across this stuff 100 years too late and 50 years too early, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy, but my family came over here from Germany in 1720, and they were involved in the revolution, the quote unquote revolution that was all set up by Freemasons, and My grandpa used to be in a organization set up by the Freemasons that was called the Red Man's Lodge. They were the same people that dressed up as red men, as Indians, and tossed the tea overboard in Boston Harbor. The original hoax. This shit is just too crazy, man.
It's extremely deep. I just I'm definitely getting that it's a lot of negative things. Now again, I'll reinforce I'm not against Jews, but what my research is saying is showing me that a lot, if not, well, a lot of negative things go back to the Jews. As an example,
Money and power. Money and power.
Yeah, and that's what they're all about. Yeah.
Anton LaVey of the Church of Satan was an Ashkenazi Jew. Aleister Crowley was a Jew.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that.
He founded the Church of Satan in Los Angeles.
Sure did.
And the Church of Satan only has one church now, and it's in Newtown, Connecticut.
Well, what you call it? The nuclear bomb was created by Jews. Oppenheimer was a Jew. 155,000 Jews actually helped the Nazis. Hitler has Jewish roots. It's alleged that Hitler was a British agent. He was in Britain in between 1912 and 1950. 1912 and 1930.
Right there in Brussels too.
Yeah.
The whole thing collapses onto the city of London, the city of Columbia. Columbia is just another name for ISIS or Diana, by the way. The city of the Vatican City. I mean, these three entities that present themselves as honorable. There's no honor in any of them.
Hey, Ken, did you see that video, or Lee, have you seen that video where Aleister Crowley was on his deathbed, and right before he was dying, he was telling people in the room, something's wrong, and the last words he said was, uh-oh, and he died?
Good for him.
I heard that he apologized to God or something. He said, help me, God, or something along. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, everybody was saying that they think that they come to collect what he sowed. You know, he reaped what he sowed.
Yeah, the fruit from the tree.
Yep.
And I guess.
Lee, have you watched my video on publicanism?
I don't think I have.
It's something I found from a 1915 biblical dictionary. Because I've always heard the word public, or republic. The United States is supposed to be a republic. So I found this 1915 biblical dictionary from a guy named Smith that comes from London. And the 1915 definition of publicanism is pretty brutal, and it really hammers the Jews as being partners in crime against their own people time after time after time, partnering up to collect fees and fines and taxes and customs that they weren't due. They would just make them up on the fly the same way they do now.
I'm hearing a similar thing about the...
My video is called Publicanism, and if you look on my YouTube channel, you'll find it.
Oh, well, I'll definitely have a look. But I'm getting the same thing as you, that things definitely tie back to the Jews.
And back into Rome.
Back into Rome as well, yeah. I think, you know, when people are saying it's the Jews, it's the Jesuits, it's this people, it's that people, I think everybody is right. I don't think that they're wrong. I think they're just seeing the conspiracy from different angles. I think...
Well, it's a house of mirrors. You remember that?
Yeah, it's in the circus.
You go from Carnival, goes into one town, and it's the next town. They set up the house of mirrors and freak shows and everything else. But it's the same show in every town.
Yeah. Well, I'm also hearing from members of the church that a lot of the people high ups in the church are Freemasons.
Absolutely. They're all controlled by Freemasonry.
Well, if you look into Freemasons, big parts of Freemasonry as well, they've restarted things like Druidism, or like Winston Churchill. He was he was a Jew. He was an alcoholic, and he was also a Freemason and a Druid as well.
Oh yeah, and the Queen of England is actually the High Temple.
She's Order of the Garter.
That's right.
When a person reaches the 33rd degree, they
Yeah.
swear
And
oath of
Prince
allegiance
William
to
just
the
got
Queen.
that honor on him.
When Queen Elizabeth was at Bohemian Grove, the Scottish Rite of Freemason, they said that that London was they recognised London as Babylon is ancient Babylon, is Babylon.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah,
I
that's
heard.
in Tex Mars, one of Tex Mars's books.
Yeah, because I seen videos that they said that Babylon was the U.S.
Well, we're one arm of it.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But
Like he was saying, it's like an octopus.
Yeah.
right,
It's got
right.
more than one arm. It's got his tentacles everywhere.
That's
And
why my logo was
when you,
there.
when you know what an octopus can do, it can camouflage and become
Right.
part of the background. It can be bright red or blue or green or purple or.
Well, that's why they infiltrate the intelligence services, because the intelligence services work outside of the law. So that's why
That's what the Red Cross was set up as. It was set up as an intelligence service. The Red Cross is just a cover for spies, because they could bring in their guys with the ambulances and their drugs to tend to the soldiers, and they gather all the info from the field and send it on back to their boss.
It makes sense. If you were wanting to infiltrate somewhere,
Well, yeah, if you want to cross battlefields and cross wars, and I mean, you go from one battlefield to the next and get all this information, and you're under cover of, oh, I'm here to help. And then that's set up by the Swiss. Remember, Red Cross is Swiss. Red Cross is all about providing drugs and blood, right?
Hey Ken, hey Lee, what was your name so I can go ahead and look you up real quick, brother?
Gaia Militia. It's GAIA. G. I can't even remember how I spelled it.
It's capital GAIA space militia.
It's like 5:30 in the morning. That's why I'm forgetting and bloody, you know.
Well, I've got a friend over there lives in Durham.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know where that is.
yeah. His name is Sutherland.
Put it this way, he doesn't live far.
Not far, huh?
Not
A lot
far.
of interesting history in that neck of the woods too.
I've got to be careful what I say though, because the NSA may be watching, listening.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah. NSA, MI6, MI5, Mossad.
Yeah.
Buddy. I mean, when you really look into how Switzerland plays themselves off as neutral and they're gonna be the intermediaries between partners who don't talk. Well, if I tell you something and you're supposed to tell somebody else that, but you leave something out or put something else in, I mean, you got to talk face to face if you're trying to work out a problem. But the Swissies, they've got their fingers in everything. They're holding all the money. They're holding all the drug money, and all the intelligence services report back to them. And the Vatican works for them. They've got their Swiss guards right in the Vatican.
I don't know if you have heard, but so you know that you're not wrong. in Rolling Stones magazine. This is a small quote from Rolling Stones magazine. Conspiracy theorists of the world, believers in the hidden hand of the Rothschilds and the Masons and the Illuminati. We skeptics owe you an apology. You were right. So if you ever think you're wrong, and that you may be wrong, just know you're not. You're not wrong at all. The mainstream media even telling you that you're right.
I kind of knew that we were on the right track when they started sending trolls after us. They started saying, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just crazy. When you say people are crazy, that's dismissive. That's pretty much saying they're on the right track, but don't listen to them because you're going to go cuckoo like them.
That's defined as an ad hominem.
It's Saul Alinsky tactics.
Yeah.
Right.
Tavistock Institute.
Yeah. And where's that? Britain.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. When you start looking deep into this, you start putting your fingers on actual objects and actual people and actual places, and you follow their little slug trails around, man, it's easy to find them.
Be careful of my country. Seriously, I know we're allies. We're not so much about our country, but our government. Be extremely careful. Whatever comes out of our government and our media, especially the BBC, do not just, I'm not saying don't listen to it, but just be extremely wary what comes out of Britain. Because...
Well, did you know that Reuters is owned by the Rothschilds?
I didn't.
That's a fact, Jack.
Oh, I'm going to have to recheck some of my sources then. Because I think I've used Reuters as a source.
Yeah, Reuters is owned by Rothschilds.
Hey Lee, that goes with our government too. Our government will absolutely go to over there and shake your guys' hand while we're planning to bomb you the next day. That's exactly how they are. They're the most devious people on the planet.
It's really a shame because the American people, I'm not blowing a trumpet up your ass, but what I'm getting from the American people is that they're genuine, they're trusting, they're caring, and that trust.
We're also gullible.
Yeah.
That's how I was gonna finish.
Gullible. It's not really. It's the imposed ignorance and the indoctrination that begins in kindergarten, really. I mean,
Right.
We're 5 or 6 years old and we're in their schools being told what they tell us is important, and eyes right, it goes back to eyes right again. The teachers are told what to tell us, and the teachers are told what not to tell us. The teachers are told to ring the bell to get us to eat, to ring the bell to get us to class, to ring the bell to do this, to lock up and lock down, and don't trust anybody. I mean,
Yeah, now they're being told to tell on mommy and daddy if they have guns,
yeah,
if they say any racial
back into
slurs.
my time, it's the same shit.
It's basically, in my opinion, it's child abuse. They're abusing.
Absolutely.
Well, it's planet abuse. It's planet abuse.
Yeah, they're abusing the children, and when people say, "Hold on a second, you're abusing that child," they then turn it round on you and say you're a conspiracy theorist, and then
Yep.
it's actually you that's abusing the child.
And you need your kid took from you. Absolutely.
Yes. And then they use that child to make money from, and a child, when it's by itself and it hasn't got its parents, can then be used to groom, to then exploit politicians. So politicians will have sex with that child, and then you control the politician.
Right. Now,
you remember back in the late 70s and early 80s, the savings and loan scandals. There was a bunch of CIA being CIA, and they would take out loans from banks they set up, and then they would, in savings and loans, and they would take out $1 million loans, and then the bank would go bankrupt because they weren't getting any payments on their loans. Well, all these were being paid off through the the entire SEC and the FDIC and the Federal Reserve, the CIA and all these other alphabet agencies, they were all in on it together. They would set up these banks and then fail them. And the Franklin cover-up, which was related to the savings and loan scandal, the Franklin cover-up was run by a big Republican in Nebraska that ran Boys Town.
Was that King?
Heard of that? Heard of that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Boys Town was a male prostitute house, basically call boys to going in and out of the White House. That was Reagan and George Bush the first.
Well, George Bush the first, George Herbert Walker Bush, he's a blatant pedophile child killer, without a doubt.
Well, he's also adopted.
Oh, as well, have you heard that? Well, let me think who said it.
Prescott Bush adopted George from a German family.
Well, George Herbert Walker Bush is an alleged member of the German DVD.
Yep.
So is Henry Kissinger, and
Yep.
so is Prince Philip.
Yep.
Henry Kissinger is a triple agent. He's a Russian, German. Actually, he's a Russian, German, and American agent. That's what I'm being told.
Well, he's got to be at a high Illuminati, Magog type level or above that.
In the book New Underworld Order by Christopher Story, he actually says in there, it actually says in that book that Henry Kissinger is an Illuminati mastermind.
Wow.
Well, George Bush and he married this lady named Pierce. The first Bush, Daddy Poppy, married a Pierce, and Pierce is an old Illuminati name. Have you heard of Fritz Springmeier?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he breaks down the Pierces and the Bundys. I mean, the whole Bundy thing out here, that's why I didn't trust that name, because the Bundy name is...
The serial killer.
Yeah, and do you know that I heard about the Bundys, that they are linked to who the...
The Mormons.
No. They made a deal with who was it? Was it the Quakers, or it was one of the higher up rich people? They're aligned with them. I can't remember who it was.
Well, the Bundy family is they got their land through conquest of the Mormons. The Mormons were a creation of the Freemasons.
Yeah.
The same as Islam is a creation of the Jesuits and the Jews and Catholics and all this stuff. It's a planet-wide rape and pillage. When you look in Genesis, it says you go out and subdue the planet, and everything belongs to you, and they take that literally.
Right.
Well, the protocols of the Elders of Zion, whether or not people believe it's true or not, a lot of things in there have actually came true.
Well, have you heard of the document called the Covenant?
Yep.
I haven't.
Yep.
Oh, Lee, you need to look up the Covenant. And there's a whole list of, they're going to put poison in our food, and we're going to charge you to fix you, and then we'll feed you more poison, and we'll, as you get sicker, we'll say you need to pay us more, and we'll fix you, and then we'll feed you more poison, and we'll poison your food, we'll poison your medicine, we'll poison your...
Well, that's already happening.
That's already happening, exactly.
That's
exactly.
already confirmed. GMOs, you've got fluoride in the water. Fluoride in the water.
Monsanto.
I tell you, if you haven't, have you ever heard of a guy called Barry Trower?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
And he's the guy that's saying that he's a former Royal Navy weapons scientist. And he's saying that the British and the American government are using wireless weapons, microwave weapons on the public.
Well, of course. That's what all the extra cell towers are for.
Yeah, I seen those. They look like palm trees and shit. Yeah.
Well, it's called um, Gwen,
Yeah,
Gwen.
Gwen Towers, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And what you were saying, is it dialectic or something? I think that's how you pronounce it.
The Hegelian
Dyslectic.
dialectic.
Hegelian dialectic, and that's
The
the
dialectic.
problem reaction solution.
Yeah, that's
Is that
where the
right?
covenant comes from. They're going to give you the solution that they want you to have, and you're only going to look for them for solutions,
Yeah,
And
and from
then,
what
which goes right back to eyes right.
yes,
and
yes.
from what I
Like
heard, Ken.
when you're in the heat of battle, who are you looking for direction? You're looking for your sergeant, or you're looking for your lieutenant, or your colonel, or your general, or your president, or your prime minister, or whoever else. But it's always eyes right. But we don't know what's going on over on the left, or above, or behind, or in front of us.
But you had north. Another thing, you had northwards as well, didn't you? Where was northwards where the United States government planned to
1961.
was was that when they planned to?
They were gonna present a way to get into Cuba because Cuba was still stuck in her ass then.
And you had something else as well
They,
where
they had drone aircraft back in World War II, by the way.
the U.S.
Yes, drone aircraft World War II. You can type in those words in Google, you'll find it.
But I think the U.S. and the U.K.
Well,
the
one and the
military.
same. Like I said when you first came in, if you look at the Paris Treaty of 1783, that supposedly settled differences between King George and our new country, you'll see that King George laid out all the terms, and we signed on the bottom as his bitch. And that's in perpetual. I mean, we forever are due him his return on his investment for spending the money to set up the Virginia colony, the same way he was due a residual for setting up the East India Company for all the drug trade. I mean, he put out money and he got a return on his investment. He's due 50% of the gold and silver of the United States. He's due 50% of the forest. He's due 50% of this. He's due 50% of that. It's all laid out in the Paris Treaty of 1783. You really need to look it up. He presents himself as the Holy Roman Empire. It's a very important document. It's a
What was
very,
it?
very important document.
Paris. What was the date? 1873.
1783. I mean, we supposedly won our independence in 1776, and it took till 1789 for the British troops to leave. But in between that time, there were still things going on and backroom deals being made. I mean, people think that George Washington was our first president, but he wasn't.
No.
George Washington was the ninth president. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on, all these backroom deals. I mean, the Boston Tea Party being committed by white men dressed up as Indians. I mean, that was the first fraud, the first hoax. I mean, the whole thing is such a gigantic setup. The planet has been manipulated for so long.
As well,
To think that a majority can overcome this.
yeah, definitely. I think once people start realizing that things are that what's actually going on, I think these people are going to be dragged out in the street and beat within an inch of their life.
When
Right?
was the last time somebody like Mountbatten was whacked?
See that again? I missed.
Lord Mountbatten, wasn't that in 77 or 78?
Oh, I can't remember the date. Can't remember the date.
I mean, it's been 40 years, and none of the scumbags have been whacked in that fashion ever since that time.
Do you know as well? Do you know this whole geoengineering thing?
Yeah, I see it
I
over
think
the eye. I
Well,
see
I
it
think
every day.
I think that's actually been right. So they tell people that the planet's warming up. They need to block out the sun with the so they do the geoengineering. Inside of the stuff that they're spraying has minute particles of aluminium, which
And barium and lithium.
well, the aluminium gets past the brain's defences and can bring on it targets memory and it can bring on Alzheimer's. So if there's people in an area that know about certain crimes and they're putting it on the internet, the NSA is spying on people, and so they know what people are talking about. They then inform the government. The government then gives the go-ahead for to spray over that area, so as to target the people in that area to dumb them
Wipe their
down.
memory out.
Yeah, and use the fluoride to dumb people down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
If
it's
you really need to go back and watch some of the videos I put up.
I definitely will.
As soon as I started getting close, you'll notice that I was being hammered.
Have you heard about another one, Al Gore? Do you know, like he's one of the ones who's coming out with this whole this whole planet warming stuff.
Yeah, he was one of those.
Well, he's a rapist. He's got 2 pedophile friends. He attempted to rape someone, and in the book, Thanks for the Memories by Bryce Taylor, he actually had in there. It states that he actually had got oral sex of a mind-controlled sex slave.
They're all such scum, and that Gore family is connected to the Bundy family.
Did you know Barack Hussein Obama's brother was banned from the United Kingdom for attempting to sexually assault a 13-year-old girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, those
what about, do you know,
people forget that Kenya was a British protectorate up until 1961.
Do you know Reagan, when you were talking about Reagan before? Did you know that he enjoyed, according to, in the book, I think it's either Transformation of America by Kathy O'Brien or Thanks for the Memories by Bryce Taylor, it says in there that Ronald Reagan enjoyed bestiality porn. So he liked watching animals have, women having sex with animals.
Bestiality?
Yeah, it's in the book. I think you can go, or if you just Google Transformation of America and Wiki Spooks, the book's available there for download. So it's either Transformation of America by Kathy O'Brien or
Is that link provided in one of your videos?
Yeah, it's on me channel. It's
I think I already got that one. I watch your videos right when they come up usually.
Do you know Bill Clinton, right? Bill Clinton's legal counsel, Bob Bennett, was a pedophile who had sex with a 6-year-old girl. Another one of Bill Clinton's lawyers in the documentary. I'll tell you. I'll come back to that bit. But do you know who Gary Ackerman is?
Yeah, and did you know that Hillary is supposed to be a high queen of Kabbalah, right up there with Madonna?
I heard she was an Illuminati witch.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
Well, Senator Gary Ackerman sexually gratified himself in an MK sex slave's throat. I don't know if you've heard that one before.
Well, I heard Gary Glitter was just put up for charges too.
I also heard that Hillary Clinton and her family were connected with the high mafia.
Well, the whole Clinton goes back to the Mena, Arkansas, Iran-Contra. I mean, that was just a coke hub for Barry Seal and his CIA friends.
Have you heard that?
Can you imagine a name like Poindexter?
It's alleged that Hillary Clinton had molested Chelsea Clinton.
Oh yeah.
What? I have not heard that.
Oh
It's
yeah.
on my channel. I've got it on my channel.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
That's also in the book by Thanks for the Memories by Bryce Taylor.
That's a new
There's
one.
nothing under the sun that's new.
In the book by Transformation of America by Cathy O'Brien, it states that George Herbert Walker Bush anally raped a 3.5-year-old baby.
Oh, yeah. See,
You
people like that
remember
absolutely need to be
Barack
hung.
Hussein Obama said he was going to fundamentally transform America.
Yeah, what we did on this day, I remember that clearly.
Yeah, we're going to fundamentally transform America.
Does anyone know who Mickey Rooney is?
Yep.
Yeah, he was another pedo
Pedophile?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a run in with those people in Alaska in 1967.
Go on.
There was a Catholic church in the town I was living in. I was actually given over to them by my parents.
Say that again?
My parents gave me as a sacrifice to them, to the Catholics, when I was
So,
5 years old.
so without, I know it's a personal question, but were you molested as a child? Is that what you were? Is that what you're saying?
At 5 years old, by a Catholic priest.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that.
That's
Really sorry to hear
absolutely
that.
crazy.
Why do you think I'm paying so much attention to Kevin Annett and Bill Mulroney and
My heart goes out to you, my friend. My heart definitely goes out to you. Honestly.
when I tried confronting my mother and my dad, they just hung up the phone and they haven't called me back.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame.
I don't even know that I'm of their family. Maybe I was just adopted as part of this whole pedophile parade.
So
I don't know. I don't feel part of my own family anymore.
have you told that story?
Self-defining.
Have you publicly told that story about being molested by members of the Catholic Church?
I contacted an organization here in the United States called SNAP. It's the Survivors Network, and they told me that the priest is dead, so shut up.
Well, I tell you what, it would be nice. Well, it wouldn't be nice. I'll take that back. It would be helpful to other survivors of abuse to maybe hear your story.
Well, it was 45 years ago, 47 years ago, so I can remember it, but I don't remember a face.
Yeah.
You try to block it out, yeah.
I mean, it's a defense
Yeah.
mechanism not to remember a face,
Right.
Just
but I remember the event.
even explaining the event would be helpful to other people and researchers around the world when they're profiling or attempting to profile
Well,
offenders.
like I said, I contacted this group that poses as a survivors network, but it pretty much, this guy is dead. We can't do anything for you. Go away now.
That's stupid. That's just stupid.
Well, yeah, I can tell you the guy's name, but it wouldn't do any good because he's dead.
Why don't you? Just a suggestion. I mean, it would be helpful if you recorded the event and then put it. If like you don't have to mention names, you don't have to mention your name, but putting that out to the public just to say,
Well,
look,
this is going to be on YouTube.
oh, cool.
Yeah.
And what I'll say now then, to people, I apologise that I kept losing my track. It's nearly
You've got
6 o'clock in
nothing
the
to
morning.
apologize for, Lee. We covered a lot of different territory.
Yeah, we were all over the place. Absolutely.
I hope that somebody learned something from this, and the only reason I mention that is because it seems pertinent to the planet-wide predatory nature of these bastards.
Yeah, because it seems to
You think
me.
you'd be safe up in the wilds of Alaska in 1967, but it was just as perverted there as it was in London.
It just seems to me that everybody we voted for and everybody we're putting in office are absolute pedophiles. That's what they do. They don't care about
Why
that.
the word is you're always voting for the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely sick. These people need to be hung.
But I'll give you another name here as well. That according to Michael Prince, who is a controversial source, the head of that pinned off, his name is actually Hank Meyer of Meyer Inc., and he's also a Rothschild, I think.
Well, the Grace family is also linked to the Rothschilds and pedophiles. Grace is a industrial company that used to make sinks and tubs and stuff like that.
Here's another one. Dr. Kevin Barrett. He said that Israel and the Rothschilds may be behind Malaysia flight MH370.
Well, yeah, the whole Rothschild. Well, they've got to be owners of Boeing who built the plane, and we know since they had drones in 1940s that they certainly have drones now. Any plane can be taken over and sent wherever the code tells it. You don't have to. You don't need pilots in the cockpit.
Well, from what I heard, there was the 20 people on that flight that had a patent. It didn't go through,
Yeah.
but they had that patent, and one of the Rothschild heads wanted that patent,
Yeah.
The only
and
one
that's
that
why the
survived.
plane disappeared because he wanted it to himself.
Field McConnell of Able Danger. He's saying
Yeah.
some good stuff about Boeing,
Yep,
and
yep. I follow him too.
I've heard exactly the same thing as what you're saying about the patent in the Rothschilds.
Well, all these companies, what we call the military-industrial complex, they're all owned by, I mean, the hidden shareholders, so to speak, of the United States and Britain and all these other public farms that they call nations. I mean, none of us are sovereign nations. We're all just bitches of this cabal that runs the planet. The military, British Aerospace and BAE and URS and UBS and Battelle. I mean, the same company that runs your Sellafield site, the nuclear waste dump, runs our Hanford site. I mean, the same outfit that runs the nuclear waste in England runs the nuclear waste in America. I mean, they're all linked together. They're
Yeah,
all
everything is entwined. I see that.
I think it's the religion. I think religion plays a big part in that connection.
and
Like-
the military is basically just a human sacrifice machine because they
Yeah.
love blood sacrifice. That's where the word corporation comes from your blood corpuscle. It takes blood to be a corporation, except on paper. That's why paper's the fictional. There's no blood in the fictional corporation. That's why they want us to be just paper. It's so crazy. It's so out of this. What?
to get it documented as well, since you're putting this on YouTube, another connection to Queen Elizabeth and pedophilia was her PR agent was convicted pedophile Max Clifford.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd get that out there as well, just while we're, because now you've
All
mentioned
of
that it's
these
going out on
people
YouTube.
are into blood sacrifice, pedophiles.
See, I'm trying to specialize in that area, in the worst pedophiles that you can possibly get, because that's where I think, in order to defeat these people, that's where I need to focus my attention on the worst possible crimes that have happened. So that's hence why my research focuses around the pedophile side of things. It's obviously it's for the protection of the children, but in order to defeat these people, I need to hear what the victims are saying and the names of the people that are coming out.
Well, I'll tell you something else. As a member of the military, I was exposed to Agent Orange. And people think that Agent Orange was just used in Vietnam, but it was used here stateside too. And it polluted all the aquifers of the Air Force base that I was stationed at. And here I am 30 years later, and I'm coming down with all these diseases and deteriorating spine and calcifying vertebrae, and it's
You
just they use us and abuse us, and then we're supposed to go begging back to them for help.
Yeah, and then they bring
And
you
then the
back.
same people who destroyed us, we're supposed to go back and say, please help me, please help me.
And yeah, and then they bring you back stateside, and then they call you terrorist. That
Yeah.
amazes me. Amazes me.
Did you hear about the soldiers, the US soldiers that were ordered to take anthrax vaccine and then got brain damage because of it?
Yeah, thousands of them.
Yeah.
Well, I was exposed to Agent Orange in 1981, 82, and then through 84 in California. There was a movie called Aaron Brockovich that documented how the aquifers in certain California cities were contaminated by these chemical compounds that were destroying people. Well, it wasn't just one city in California. It was city after city after city after city, and military base after military base after military base after military base was drinking water from these aquifers that had been contaminated with jet fuel and Agent Orange and TCE and dioxins and every nasty shit you can think of. They were just, and here I am 30 years later. I did the right thing. I joined the military. I was in the Air Force. I was in the best of the military, you know. I was protecting freedom. I was keeping the bombers in the air so the Soviets couldn't bomb us. Mutual assured destruction.
And
I'm destroyed 30 years later. Yeah, they destroyed me.
I still say, Ken, that this thing that he did with getting this guy and trading 5 terrorists for him was to get everybody off the VA scandal. That's what I believe. That's what I'm going to stand
They're
on.
master manipulators at getting things off the screen. When the story broke on the Washington Post that there was call boys going down in the White House, the very next week we invaded Grenada.
That seems to be what they're doing, isn't it? They're causing a problem. Dialectic, or however it's pronounced. The problem, reaction, solution. They cause the problem, get a reaction from the public. Their solution is to invade.
Or it goes back to eyes right. We'll tell you what's important. We'll tell you where to look.
Did you hear about Operation Mass Appeal?
Master Appeal?
Mass, MASS, Operation Mass Appeal, where I think it was the British intelligence put some information out to foreign newspapers in order for that information to then come back to the British. And it was that there was they had chemical weapons or something. Someone had chemical weapons. And then that come back to the British in order for the British to back going into Iraq, I think it was.
Yeah.
Look it up anyway. It's literally 5 or 6 in the morning. So look up Operation Mass Appeal, because I may have got that mixed up. Like that may have been 2 stories in one there mixed together. So anyway, look up Operation Mass Appeal and it'll explain everything there anyway.
It's been a good chat.
Yeah. I was quite nervous at first because I'm not very. I get a bit nervous sometimes when I meet new people, and especially like talking on it or like this. It's in a group conference chat. It's pretty. I think this is the first time I've actually ever done this.
Well, I think I've taken part in about 4 now, but this is the I try to bring something to the conversation where you don't leave stupider than when you entered.
I've had more experience in group sex than I have in conversation.
Well, I hope somebody learns something from this.
Well, I tell you what, before as well, I'll give you something else, some information. When we were talking about the Illuminati and Queen Elizabeth's links to the Illuminati, Queen Elizabeth's, right, so it was Queen Elizabeth's great grandfather was Ernst II, Duke of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg, and he was a known Illuminati member, and she was also linked to Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel Frederick and Christian II, Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, Sonderburg, Augustenburg. So that's three links.
That sounds like Freddie the Faggot,
We'll call him Freddie the Faggot
Frederick
for
the
short.
Great.
We'll call him Freddie the Faggot for short.
Yeah, Freddie the Faggot, Frederick the Great.
Well,
He's the one. He was the one that Hitler had a picture in every bedroom.
Well, Hitler was. It's alleged Hitler was from an incestuous relationship and enjoyed being shit on.
That's why he had a picture of Freddie the Faggot.
Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well, I've confirmed what you're saying.
Yeah, Freddie the Faggot was the Holy Roman Emperor as well, for a while, of Austria and Hungary and.
Oh, do you know when you were saying Sweden? Was it Sweden you were saying before that there was?
No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland.
Because going back,
the Swiss are so interlinked in all this shit. You just can't overlook the Swiss connection and everything.
well, I'm going to have to definitely look into the Swiss because they haven't even come
If you go back to my YouTube channel, Lee, you'll find videos about the Pharaoh Show and Octagon, the Empire of Darkness, and Normandy, the 666 of Normandy.
Have Serco come onto your radar yet?
Man, there's so much. I've really been blessed by your videos, and I hope you learned something from mine.
Oh, well, every video I watch, I always take something away from it.
Well, I hope this chat thing turns out the same way. I hope that people's IQs aren't diminished by listening.
Well, I hope that people realise that it's extremely early in the morning, and I've definitely been awake for a couple of days, so. You know, if anything, it's like you look up a date and the date's not right. It's literally just because I've done that much. I've got that much information going through my head, and I've got the information here. It just if it comes out that it like the date, what I'm saying is accurate, but if the date is slightly wrong, it would be only wrong by a couple of like a year or two.
Right.
You know, but
I certainly hope we can do this again. We can pick a topic and try to stick to it, which is.
I think it's because this is the first time where I'm jumping from subject to subject.
Well, it's. I hope it's entertaining as well as enlightening.
Yeah, some dark humor.
Yeah, if we can reach at least a couple of people, I mean, we did a good job.
Yeah.
Well,
it's nice to speak to you guys as well, to be honest.
What time is it there? It's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock?
6.
Okay, it's 10 p.m. here. So there's, yeah.
Another little bit of information. Have you heard that George Herbert Walker Bush was a member, a reported member of Ordo Templi Orientis, who are who are an Illuminati group?
That was pulled out of the P2 Lodge, wasn't it?
I didn't hear that, but that's a nice bit of information there for me because Berlusconi, the pedophile Berlusconi, was a member of the P2 Lodge.
Yeah, the whole Vatican P2, the Operation Gladio, man, all this stuff. It's just a planet-wide bastard ring.
Yeah.
I think people need to start thinking globally, and like, just because they may not be affected now, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be affected, or their children in the future are not going to be affected, because it's a generational thing. This is as Barack Hussein Obama even says in his own words.
Well,
This is one of
they're
the
handing out condoms to middle schoolers here.
They're not condoms to middle schoolers.
Yeah, you know, rubbers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
They're giving out condoms.
Yes. Absolutely. They're promoting. Yep.
I heard that they were going to. I don't know. I think you need to confirm this for us. Are they teaching the kids at 6-year-old how to have sex?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I heard at 5. Starting at 5.
Anal sex.
Yep.
All of it.
Anal sex.
Yep.
Bestiality, everything.
And they're also teaching them about being gay. So.
I learned how to have.
Transgender, just like your what was that big contest winner with the Concha Pussy, whatever it was.
I don't know.
The big American Idol type thing over there, where they had a transgender just win.
Oh, the European Song Contest.
Yeah, where they had a transgender win.
Yeah. It was it Putin who kicked up a fuss about it. Somebody kicked up a fuss about it.
There's so much so wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know where to start.
Yeah.
I know it starts right in my hometown, though.
And I can tell you, we're just barely scraping the surface. I mean, there's probably so much more that we will never know. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, we may be not even we may be eyes right. We may be eyes right now. We know what we think. We may be eyes right. We may think that we know what's going on, but we actually may be eyes right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We could actually be looking at the psyop. We could actually be looking at the bullshit and telling people all this stuff, when in reality, I'm not saying it is, but it's possible. Do you know what I mean? Because
Absolutely, it's possible.
There's so much disinformation out there. And just because someone's written a book, or is a doctor, or is a politician, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily credible, even though we may think they are.
Well, the whole World Wide Web, what term comes with web? It's a web of lies.
Well, Putin said it was a CIA operation, wasn't it? It was that's what Putin was saying. It was a CIA.
Well, like you said, Putin's in on this shit too.
Yeah. Well, wasn't he? Didn't he? Well, I've got pictures of him with pedophile Berlusconi.
They're all high Freemason worshipping, penis worshippers. The obelisk, the Eiffel Tower, the what's that obelisk? Right there in the city of London, Nelson's Tower. The big penis right there in London.
In where I come from, I come from up north in England. I'm a northerner, and we see that there's a north-south divide. The southerners, what we call faggots. So anyone from down south, they'll understand that joke. You will obviously not understand that joke, but I think the southerners will understand that if they hear this. Anyone from down south hears that, like what I've just said there. There's a north-south divide. The southerners are into having sex with men, and the northerners are hard as nails.
Well, I'm not gonna contest the voice of somebody that's there. You've lived it.
Well, did you Did you hear that Prince Charles is also a pedophile?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just to change the subject there, because I think I killed it a bit.
Well, I know that Charles has 2 or 3 illegitimate children.
Who has?
2 or
Prince
3
Charles.
illegitimate kids.
Well, I've
Born
heard
from
that.
Camilla.
Well, I've heard that. I've seen a picture of Charles and Camilla's child, and he looks the double of Prince Charles. I've heard that Prince Andrew was sorry, Prince Charles's son Harry was is it James Hewitt, the ginger guy?
Yep, yep,
And
yep.
I've heard that Prince William, he was King Juan Carlos of Spain's. And
Yep, yep, yep.
King Juan Carlos of Spain is a alleged Illuminati member.
And he's the one that's just stepping down for his son.
Yep.
And his son is going to be king.
Yeah, from what I heard, it's going to be hell on earth when he takes over.
Well,
What I'll do is just quickly, right, is while you're here, from, I think it's right, Queen Elizabeth, right? If you look on Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, his mother was Louise of Saxe-Coburg and Altenburg. Her father was Augustus, Duke of Saxe-Coburg, of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg, and then his mother and father was the Illuminati member Ernst II, Duke of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg. So if anyone's listening to this and they want to actually track the Illuminati bloodline back, then if you start off with with Albert in Victoria, and then trace back Albert's side, and trace back Albert's mother, then Albert's mother's father, and then Albert's mother's father's father, that's the guy who's the Illuminati member.
and I would believe that they were all connected with Charlemagne.
And who's Charlemagne?
Charlemagne, well, he was Holy Roman Empire in 1200s, 1300s. He was France. He was Gaul. He was the emperor, the Holy Roman Empire. He was big. Charlemagne. I mean, he was the guy that King Richard fought for. The Crusades. Charlemagne. You need to look that name up.
Oh,
There's
well,
a lot of connections.
is another name for you?
Charlemagne. Yeah, he was a big boy. He had a lot of symbols of Solomon's rings and Solomon's temples, and man, it goes back so far.
I think it goes back to as far back as we can imagine. I think Babylon, the ancient Babylon.
Absolutely.
Right back.
Area
It's
before
always,
that.
it's always been there, and it's just because you have esoteric and is it exoteric? You have two different
Well,
meanings, as above, so below.
the way I see it run now, they have covert and overt operations and covert and overt reigns of terror. And we know about World War I, World War II being despicable and nasty and the worst of humanity. But this has been done over and over and over and over. And then they back off for a little while and get our population back up, and then they come crashing down and genocide and democide us again.
Yeah, and I think it's coming close to that time again. I mean, from what I understand, they're supposed to depopulate by what, 95%? Is that correct?
Down to 500 million is what's
Yeah, the
carved in the
Stonehenge.
Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, Georgia Guidestones, right?
500 million from 7 billion.
How much more do people need? You know, it's written in stone. I mean,
Right.
it's written everywhere. It's the people that just. I think I'm not
They're
I'm
in
not going to call
denial.
people dumb. I think they just haven't got the time to look into it.
They're in denial. It can't happen
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, head in sand.
Yeah, absolutely. Deep in the sand too.
Well, until it does happen to you, it happens to somebody else, right? So it doesn't affect me.
Well, that's why I got involved in all this as well, because one day it's going to come onto my doorstep.
Yep.
Well, it is at your doorstep. You're talking about it, so you need
Yeah, exactly.
something made you look at it.
Well, it all started when I saw something in the sky. I saw a white disc-shaped object it was white in the center, and it was like a navy blue on the outer rim, and it was the first time I saw the same object 3 times in within like 30 within at least a mile of my home. Um, in I saw it the first time I saw it. It shot across the sky, and it definitely wasn't a shooting star. It was too. It was low in the ground. It was. It was. I live on the entrance path to an airport, so I see planes coming in and out all the time. I'm from the Royal Navy. We used to have. I mean, we were taught how to identify aircraft silhouettes.
Yep.
So it wasn't. It had no wings. It was too low in the sky. It was below 2,000 feet. And it stopped and just hovered, like it stopped still, going from it was making turns that our aircraft wouldn't make, and helicopters and things like that. It just, that's how I got into all this. And then when I heard children were being abducted, I just didn't believe it. Aliens were abducting children, so I looked into that side of things, and then that's how I got into satanic ritual abuse. And then the two crossed over.
One of the guys in my following, named John Allen, just posted a couple pictures from his very yard with those type of things, no more than 75 yards off his back deck. I mean, it's right. I have seen the same things. They've always been here. Like I said, they have pictures of the same things back in the Middle Ages.
You see, right? I want to believe, right? I want to believe, but at the same time, I cannot not take into consideration the fact that Britain, Russia, and when Germany was split into 3 sections, Britain, Russia, and the United States recovered anti-gravity technology from.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that it wasn't improved upon, but there was a basic model that was already existing.
Yeah, it's alleged that Hitler, he got that technology from downed extraterrestrial craft. Whether that's true or not is a different matter.
It's also rumored that they had bases in Antarctica.
Yeah, I heard that as well on the
Yeah.
iceberg.
There. And that fits because Argentina goes right down to the southern pole. They could refit and get new stores and what you call it on board when you bring food on, you're calling them stores.
Auxiliary.
Okay, well,
RFA.
we need to get fresh food on the boats. You need somewhere to go to get it, and Argentina's a whole lot closer to Antarctica than Germany is.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole thing, just everything, all these different things fit. There is a giant piece.
The thing is, right, is that if you look into the UFO field, you'll come across Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Stephen Greer is linked to the Rockefellers. So and he's also linked to the Clintons.
Yeah.
So if you come across Dr. Stephen Greer, just be extremely careful. I'm not saying he isn't genuine, but what I am saying is that he has links to pedophiles, murderers, and he's coming across as being a nice guy. Now, he could be. I'm not saying he isn't. He could be, but
Well,
if
you
you
look at George Bush or Tony Blair, you wouldn't think it was them either.
well, Tony Blair is an alleged pedophile child murderer.
Well, yeah. So is Bush.
Yeah.
They're all into it. I don't think they can get that job without being a murdering genocidal pedophile.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have a certain ruthlessness to even think that you're deserving of such a job.
It was Tony Blair who
If
wanted.
I was Emperor of Earth, I would be a bloodthirsty motherfucker getting retribution.
Yeah, I would be bum fucking people like Tony Blair. Like, I definitely would. I would have them bent over a horse, and I would literally spit. I would be going in and out in a line. You know, I would.
I actually have a set of stocks in my yard waiting for the day.
Yeah, and a cigar.
I also have a guillotine in my yard.
Yeah,
I'm-
'cause these people definitely don't deserve.
If I had the opportunity to eliminate one of those pedophiles, believe me, I have the means.
In a fucking heartbeat.
Well, I definitely be.
I'd let them rot in the stocks for at least a month.
Well, I'm definitely before I die. If things are still going the way they are, if before I die, I am definitely. Obviously, it'll be years to come, but I am definitely going to be taking out these people. Before I die, before I get old and grey and die, I will definitely have my revenge on these people.
Oh yeah, because what they've done to children, and they took away that child's. Oh my God, the trust and destroyed whatever that child was going to be. You absolutely took that from that child.
Yeah.
Just because you're a sick bastard.
Selfish, self-centered, materialistic,
Absolutely.
scumbag.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't handle a real woman, so you got to go after a child, which makes me ill to my stomach.
Some of it is about dominance as well, isn't it? It's
Absolutely.
about controlling someone and they sort of not trick you, making yourself believe that the child enjoys it.
Yeah, control.
Yeah, making
We have entire governments that cover up for them, like the Holly Grigg.
We see that's a controversial case, the Holly Gregg one, because according to some people, you've got two sides of the story. You've got those who believe in the Holly Gregg case, and you've got those who don't. The ones who believe in it are saying that there's 20 witnesses, she was abused by all these people. But then you've got the other side of it that is saying that when police investigated the Holly Gregg case, they didn't investigate all of it, but some of the people that they tried to find out didn't even exist in reality. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, because I wasn't there.
Well, the Freemasons. They have the checkerboard right on their hat. They have an octagon right on their hat.
Well, I've got a news article that I'll just scroll down. Give us 2 seconds. Fill the space while I fill the empty noise while I find this article.
You know what amazes me is that we have our servicemen and women, we have our law enforcement, we have all these other alphabet so-called, DHS, FBI, and all these fucking people work underneath these pedophiles, but they come after us and they arrest poor and middle-class pedophiles, which they should absolutely castrate the fuckers, but they're working for the same ones that they're arresting. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. You are working for criminals.
Well, the reason that for that, according to Senator Severin, is because governments love pedophilia, because pedophilia is a way in which people can be totally controlled.
Blackmail, extortion, coercion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I found that document as well, right? The heading is revealed how gangs use the Freemasons to corrupt police. And in the article, it's from. So there gives us. I'll try and figure out where it's from. The Independent. It's from the Independent newspaper, and it says how criminal gangs use the Freemasons to infiltrate the British police. So criminal gangs have been using the Freemasons. The police, members of the police, are part of the Freemasons, and they've been using those corrupt police to infiltrate the police force. I've also got articles where the police have been using the database to spy on people, giving out intelligence to criminals. The British police are the most corrupt organisation ever. Victims of satanic ritual abuse
Well, when they brought down the P2 Lodge, it was the entire government of Italy.
Were they involved in child abuse and stuff?
Oh yeah, the whole government of Italy was involved in the P2 Lodge. The bankers, the generals, the presidents, prime ministers, everybody was in on that. They were all on the rolls of the P2 Lodge, and you can imagine what was going on in there.
There was a thing, it was called Operation Tiberius, Tiberius, and it was written in 2002. That article about Freemasons being infiltrated. I would read the whole article, but it would take a bit of time. So, fine.
Well, we'll do this again.
I'll if you send us a message about what you want to talk about, if you want to stick to a certain subject, I'll gather all me whatever information I can find on it. So I've got things to hand.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to jump around, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think
the whole idea of this chat was jurisdiction. Jurisdiction. Juris means law, and diction means speaking, right? So if somebody says I'm the law, then that's all there is, right? I mean, the president says he's the president, and other people say he's the attorney general, and other people claim they're Supreme Court just because they say so. The queen is the queen because she says so. The prince is a prince because he says so. I mean,
but under British law, the queen cannot be held accountable for any crime she commits.
Yeah, sovereign first rights, all that good shit.
Yeah.
Back in the Middle Ages, any lord could have the virgin on her wedding night.
Now I heard there was a DA or something over there trying to bust the Queen for something, and he was told to leave it alone. Have you heard about that?
I've heard similar
When they were
things.
investigating them?
I've heard a lot. I've heard a lot of similar things. I've heard a lot. But the police, when Jimmy Savile, the Jimmy Savile investigation was underway, newspapers were trying to get freedom of information requests about information on Jimmy Savile, and the police actually censored the names of members of the royal family from the transcripts that were released under the freedom of information request. The British police covered up Jimmy Savile's let Jimmy Savile off 7 times. Jimmy Savile was hosted Cop Idol, thingy Idol, American Idol, and
best buddies with Prince Charles.
Yes, Princess Diana said that Princess Diana said that Jimmy Savile was Prince Charles's mentor.
His BFF.
Wow.
Oh, here's another one for you. Before I forget, the Queen. there's a guy called Bill Maloney. He's an award-winning film producer. He was a victim of institutional child abuse. He has a victim from Jersey that says that reports that the Queen Mother, that's Queen Elizabeth's mom, used to molest her when she was a child. So there's allegations that Queen Elizabeth's mother was a pedophile.
Wow.
God's honest truth.
Be right back.
Okay. It seems to me that it's a whole line of them. I mean, it just goes from kid to kid to kid to kid to kid.
Well, it's been done, according to my research, it's being done on an industrial level.
Epic scale, yeah. Epic. Shit.
And it's been going on for years. It's been going on for before I was even born.
Yeah, I know here in the States, I mean, the child trafficking and all of this new allegation, it's been going on for a long time here too. It's amazing. It's and I mean, you bust somebody that's high up in the government on child pornography on their computer or watching porn on the job, and they get away with it. They don't do a fucking thing to them. That upsets me. I mean,
have you heard about the number of victims that come forward? Do you know CIA Michael Aquino, the head of the Temple of Set? I think it was something like 400 or between 400 and 800 victims come forward, and I think it was the FBI who told them to shut the investigation down because they wouldn't arrest him because he was a Central Intelligence Agency officer.
wow. I also heard that the Muslim Brotherhood run the Department of Homeland Security, the CIA, the FBI. I heard they run all that shit.
I've heard similar stories. Definitely, that there's definitely Barack Hussein Obama, he was connected to the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, absolutely.
Barack Hussein Obama's brother was he was a fundraiser for the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood was set up, according to my research, the Muslim Brotherhood was set up by the same people that set up the Central Intelligence Agency. I'll just find the diagram. I've got a diagram here and I'll explain it to you if you give us a couple of seconds while I scroll up.
Yeah, I also heard that there was a pilot that spoke up. He would take passengers from here to overseas, and they were directed to leave that plane empty. They would fill it up with Muslims and bring that plane back and unload it. And so you're talking 300 or 400 Muslims in a plane coming here.
On U.S. military bases?
Here. No, at the airports.
At the airport?
Yeah, at the airports, absolutely.
Definitely. Well, the thing is, right, there was, I think it was members of the Muslim Brotherhood were taken through U.S. customs, and they didn't have to go through the TSA.
Right. Right, they just walked through, yeah, they were told not to bother them.
So you pay taxes, so you own, well, you don't own the government, but you pay taxes. It's like a public body. So you're paying taxes to the government for them then to use that money against you,
right,
and tell you that your enemy is Al Qaeda and the Muslim Brotherhood, etc. Yet they're working with them behind the scenes. They're having dinners in the White House with members of the Muslim Brotherhood.
And arming them. Don't forget about arming them.
In Syria.
And running poppies, heroin and cocaine and marijuana.
Yep.
Right. So Hitler was an alleged British agent. Hitler, he had the SS. So in the German Abwehr, it's pronounced Abwehr, but it's spelled A-B-W-E-H-R. So that was Nazi intelligence. They started to set up the Muslim Brotherhood, and then the Waffen SS took over that control of the Muslim Brotherhood. The
Well,
same people.
that was the Grand Mufti of Palestine that was in that. They had entire divisions of Muslims in the
Yeah.
SS.
The same people that set up, so the Abwehr, who originally started to set up the Muslim Brotherhood, the Abwehr created the DVD, the Deutsches Verteidigungsdienst, or however you pronounce it.
And the
The
OSS.
The DVD set up the Office of Strategic Services. The Office of Strategic Services set up the Central Intelligence Agency. So the Nazis not only did they set up your enemy, they also set up your intelligence services. And the people that all goes back to is Britain, because Hitler was an alleged British agent. How crazy is that?
Wow. Yeah, that's absolutely stupid.
Well, there's a saying that says, if we're going to have an opposition, we're going to lead it.
We are. I think we are. My country is right at. But again, I have to go on.
You're totally the British continent, or the British Islands, or whatever you want to call them, the United Kingdom, like the United States.
Yeah.
Very disunited for a reason. You have wars in Ireland. You have the battles between the roses and stuff like that. It's all just drama because the whole world is a stage. They just don't want to become bored. They're looking for entertainment, whether it's blood on TV. I mean, if you look at the evening news, if it bleeds, it leads, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about war, you're talking about misery and death and disease, and
Yeah.
they love something to talk about.
That reminds me too, Ken, about those vials. It amazes me how fast we Americans, and actually around the world, how fast we forget. Somebody could put something out one day, and the next day, there's nobody talking. They absolutely forgot. What
That's
about
right.
those? What are those 6 to 12 vials that were lost in France, and now all of a sudden, fucking Ebola and all kinds of weird.
MERS.
Yeah, I mean, just all
SARS.
kinds of weird diseases are popping up out of nowhere.
Well, they're not popping out of nowhere. They're being planted.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure they are, but to us or to people that don't know any better, they're popping up out of nowhere. We know better. I mean, I remember when I first heard that.
Lyme disease was created in our own Plum Island.
Yeah, I've heard about Plum Island and the stuff they do, weird shit.
Well, didn't Plum Island haven't they, I think I heard that a lot of deadly diseases have actually escaped from Plum Island before.
Yes.
Well, have you heard the same thing?
Yeah, and I've also heard that some weird animals have
Yeah.
escaped from there and washed up on shore. People's been finding them.
Well, see, I think that's tied to the extraterrestrial thing. Do you know what I mean? Whether or not it's
When you think of the time before Noah's flood, there was a lot of manipulation and genetic engineering going on back then. It's in the Bible that they were doing genetic engineering. That's why they did the flood, so it would wipe out all these creatures.
Yeah, because when the angels went back
we're doing the same thing again.
Right, history repeating itself. Exactly, Ken. Yep, absolutely.
Genetic engineering. It wasn't good enough for God. We can do better. We can be as gods. Isn't that what Lucifer said? He wanted to be adored as God.
Yep, that's exactly what he told them before they took a bite of the apple.
Well, that's what Satanists believe, don't they? And that's that's the philosophy taught in, as far as I'm aware. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Be worshipped. Who wants to be worshipped? Obama wanted to be worshipped.
Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Bush wanted to be worshipped. Tony Blair wanted to be worshipped.
Did is that not the same philosophy that's taught in Israel? Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that right?
That's correct.
I heard that from Anton LaVey's. It's in Anton LaVey's official autobiography.
Oh yeah, yeah, and the whole thing goes. I mean, when you look into people like Albert Pike and people that were around him, and wow.
Well, the Masons, right? So, have you heard of remote viewing?
Say it again.
Remote viewing.
Remote viewing?
Yeah, have you heard of that?
Okay, remote viewing. Well, that's where you're seeing things through somebody else's body.
Where you have allegedly that we have the ability to separate. What people believe, probably yourself, that the
Telepathy.
mind. Well, people believe that the body and the soul is separate. So it's the ability to control. So say you were sitting in America.
Well,
Just-
that was showcased in the movie The Matrix. Agent Smith could jump into any person inside the Matrix. It didn't have to be agent. It could be a plumber or anybody. Any of these agents could jump from body to body to body. I mean, that was what you call what I'm referring to as remote viewing.
Well, so if say you were sitting in America and using only the power of your mind, you can look in, say, to an underground base, and through the power of your mind, be able to recall certain like not so much pictures in your mind, but certain bits of information. You can sort of tell people about the smell of the area, sounds, if there's like certain colours and textures. So the CIA were actually hiring. I even saw it personally myself, that the Central Intelligence Agency were looking for remote viewers. They then were telling people publicly that remote viewing is bullshit, even though they were attempting to hire remote viewers. The Freemasons. If you look at if you look at my YouTube channel, I've got a lot of Manly P Hall, Freemason Manly P Hall stuff, and in one of these lectures, he talks about the separation of body and soul. So the Freemasons and the intelligence services, I think what I'm getting is that they know that the human being is capable of I'm going to use the word special powers just to keep
Well,
it.
that's why they're
keep it simple.
poisoning us.
Yeah. That's
Well,
what I heard too.
That's why our food is poison, our air is poison, our knowledge is poison.
This is where
Lies.
This is where fluoride comes in, because in order to do this remote viewing, what the Freemasons and the intelligence services are talking about, you need to be able to use your pineal gland. Now, the fluoride calcifies the pineal gland, so it makes you unable to have extrasensory powers or like special abilities that are allegedly built into you as a human being. Hence the fluoride to calcify your pineal gland.
Showcased in the movie The Wizard of Oz. Remember, they told her at the end of the movie when she got to Ozland that she could have gone home at any time if she just wanted to. All she had to do was click her heels and she was gone.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's walking around with a straw man and a tin man and a cowardly lion. And what do we have in our world? We have cowardly lions. We have police that are so afraid of their shadows that they gun down innocent kids. We have straw men that are posing as ourselves on paper. Our birth certificate, our mail, it's all addressed in capital letters. That's a straw man. We have cowardly lions and tin men, the people with badges but no hearts.
They're using they're using neuro-linguistic programming
Yeah.
to reframe the police officers, the intelligent members of the intelligence services, members of the military. That's according to doctors and professors. It's been reported in the media that they're using neuro-linguistic programming to basically reframe people. So what you do is you hide sentences inside of sentences. So it targets the subconscious. So you're not consciously aware that you're being subconsciously attacked. And you're being
Well, it's like
subconsciously
I said
reframed.
before, you can't see the tree because of the forest.
And like you said before, eyes right.
Yep. Once you start figuring out part of it, it all really starts dropping into place, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Sure does.
But what we need to be careful of, or other people need to be careful of as well, including myself, is that they have Hollywood. So because they have Hollywood, they also have script writers. So if the story feels like it's playing out like a script, that's probably because it is. Or
All
it
the
may
world's
be.
a stage.
And when people say, oh, it's like the Bible's playing out, well, it's not that the Bible is playing out, it may be, but in my opinion, it's not that the Bible is playing out, it's that people are playing out the Bible.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep. Totally agree. Totally. Yeah, they really worship the depravity and the misery that was going on in the Old Testament. They really love that shit. The constant battles. They would go from land to land and wipe out every last man, woman, and child there.
I'd love to just sit there with you sometime, and with people with like yourselves and other people who follow scripture, and just sit and listen and learn from yourselves more about your opinion of scripture and how you think, like how scripture fits into all of this.
Right.
Because I've heard on a lot of radio interviews when scripture is mentioned, you get a lot of the intelligence services interrupt the conversation when it comes down to scripture.
Well, the word scripture comes from a script, and all the world is a stage, right?
And everyone within it are actors.
And you kill the lawyers first.
You kill the lawyers and I'll go for the bankers.
Well. Now remember, this Shakespeare guy was illiterate, yet somehow he managed to write all these good books. And he lived in the same time as Sir Francis Bacon, who worked under John Dee, who was the first 007 for the British Queen, Victoria, I think it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sir Francis Bacon happened to work for King James when he did the translation of the Bible.
The King James Version. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are so manipulated on so many levels.
And from what I heard, Ken, is because my dad was a preacher. He was an ordained minister, and from what I gather is I heard that the Pope and all of them people over there, they have extra pieces to the Bible that they will not release. They do not want those pages out. And how are we supposed to know God's word in full if they're holding stuff that we should know?
The book of Mary Magdalene, for one.
That's why I stay agnostic.
Right. Because I mean, if they put that book together, then how do I know that they just didn't throw some shit in there like,
That's why I was talking about John Dee and Sir Francis Bacon, who was Illuminati, and
well, Queen Elizabeth and I think it was Pope Ratzinger, they met and they're trying to combine the Catholic and Christian Church into one church.
Yeah, did you seen the two Baptist preachers go over there, or Yeah, I think one was a Baptist and one was a
The New World
Pentecost.
Order is the old world order.
Yeah,
I
that just bothers me that they have millions and millions of followers, and they go over and they want to integrate. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That bothers me
Well,
because
you have two ways. You have a hostile takeover or an insider trader.
right, right, and right now the Christians are being sold out, and I just don't see how Christians can't see what's going on. You know what I
I'm
mean?
a, I'm 110. I would bet my life, right? And this is how confident I am. I would bet my life that the Christian religion is under attack, and
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
that's coming from an agnostic.
Oh
So
yeah, 'cause I'm a Christian and I absolutely know we're under attack. I mean, I curse and stuff, and I ask for repentance, but my God, yeah, absolutely we're under attack. It says in the Bible, you're
and
going to
that's
be hated for my name. So, I mean, God is telling us. He told us everything that's going to happen in that book. If it's
And he
all
said,
there, you know,
he
if it's
also
all there.
said, that is which is hidden shall be unhidden.
Right,
and
what is done in the dark will come to the light.
this is another reason why I got into this research was because I'm like I did have Christian indoctrination when I was younger.
Right.
I was, so you know I have that side of my life, but I realised that the Christian religion was under attack, and I didn't I don't believe, like, if I had a choice, I either stand with the enemy or I stand with the Christian religion. And so I stand with the satanic religion, or I stand with the Christians. And every day I would stand with the Christians. So even though I'm not religious,
Right.
I got into it because I do not want the Christian religion to be attacked.
Well, the
Because
Christian religion has been used by the powers that be since Constantine. Since Constantine. I watched a video here on YouTube about Constantine and his empire as Caesar, and he switched to having having one symbol on his shields of his armies to a cross, and he said, well, we can use this Christian religion. It's the slaves' religion, but we can use it, and we can raise these armies and just go out and rape, pillage, and steal by the grace of God. We'll use
Yeah.
it.
And what really gets to me, Ken and Lee, what really gets to me is they'll sit there and they'll say I'm Christian, and they'll have children, and they will let their children sit in front of that TV and watch this Hollywood bullshit with this R&B and these rap artists with the upside down crosses, Lady Gaga, Miley Cyrus. I mean, the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my life. They will let their I don't
simply,
let my kids watch that crap.
well, it's pushing the atheistic perspective, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
what
I
they're trying
mean
to do. They're
the
pushing
the
atheism.
six, yeah, the
They did
six
the
six six
same
signs
thing in
and
the 60s and 70s and 80s with rock and roll
yeah,
and
yeah, absolutely they did because yeah, that was our error. I mean, we grew up on that. Yeah, absolutely.
Pink Floyd.
So
Yep.
that's
Stairway to
another.
Heaven. I mean, play it backwards.
See, this is another reason why I start to think this alien thing, maybe they may have some substance, because if aliens have landed or made contact, then if we on Earth looking out thinking that God is in heaven, and I don't want to offend anyone, um, but then aliens have come here and then they've found that all religion on Earth isn't real,
Right.
then that would be why they're pushing it. But I'm not saying that God isn't real and Christianity isn't real. I'm definitely not saying that.
Well, I've had that thought before, Lee. So I mean, I'm pretty much on the same. You know, I've had that struggle. Like, you know, what is real? Because the way things are going, I'm like, you know, if there is a God, why in the world is this going on? But then again, you look back and He said, you know, I tell you all these things, so you won't be surprised when it happens. So you know, I'm struggling with the is there, ain't there, but I
But
do believe there is.
let
There
me
is. You
let
know.
me just tell you this one thing as well, just so on the other side of the coin, So I was exactly the same as you, that I was struggling to believe in God and things, or not to believe. What do I believe? I was standing in my back garden, and I said in my own mind, I spoke to God, and I said to God, please show me love, show me guidance, please show me knowledge. And from nothing happened there and then, but after that conversation I had, things just I started to things just started to happen in my life that were strange. That I would like, pieces of the puzzle just started to fit together,
Right.
and I was I was I was hearing things from Christians and and Muslims and Jews and different religions, but all of these other religions seem to like, and I'm not saying that they're bad, but they all seem to. The Christian religion seemed to be the only ones that were actually pushing for love and kindness.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you mean.
It was
Absolutely.
strange that I asked for love, and I was literally, and I'm still agnostic, but there was that's one point in my life where it's made me think twice about, is God real or is God not real? Because of that conversation I had in the garden, it it just made me look at things about God differently. But then again, on the edge of the coin, you have to also take into consideration that Jesus Christ was a Jew, and I'm not trying to
Right.
mock anyone's word
Right.
here.
No, that's exactly right.
Well, he is a Hebrew.
Right. Yeah, he was a Hebrew. Absolutely. And you know what's really weird is, before I came on YouTube, I mean, I've been watching YouTube for a while, but before I really started getting into this and going on the computer and talking to people, I asked, if this is what I'm supposed to do, help me, put my hand out and find new people to get your word out, and help me meet new people and spread the word if that's what I'm meant to do. And I come on here and I meet all these good people. Ken, you,
I have a dark side, mind.
yeah. But I meet all these people, and the good thing is, about Christ. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You know about him. So I always ask him, just lead me. Where am I supposed to be? That's where I'm going to be. That's how I take my life. Where I'm at is where I'm supposed to be. Wherever I go is where I'm supposed to be. Who I meet, that's where he wants me. That's how I take it, because you can't trust preachers. I mean, you can't trust really anybody, and so,
From a preacher's son, you can't trust preachers.
yeah, no, you can't. I've seen where it's all about money and less about God in
Yeah.
churches. That's why I don't go to church. I've seen it, and I want no part of it.
I just found that very enlightening. You can't you can't trust preachers coming from a preacher's son.
Yeah,
I've heard the same thing from preachers' daughters.
yeah. My dad used to tell me, it was a good song, but my dad used to tell me, you got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. So I take that to heart, and my dad always told me, don't follow man. So,
He's right. He's right. Yeah, if there's anything I've learned, what you've just said there is spot on. It's right. You got to be extremely careful who you trust,
yeah, absolutely.
and
Yeah.
even when you do trust them, don't fully trust them, because even your own family can let you down.
Oh, yeah, I've had that happen many a times. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm talking from, like, I've even let my own family down as well. So I know
Yeah.
from personal experience what
Same here.
I've done, the things I've done in life. If on the outside I've said something's come out my mouth, but on the inside, like, I've cheated on my girlfriend before. I regretted it. It was
Right.
wrong, but
But at the time you did it, I fully understand, brother.
Do you know
I've
what I
been
mean?
there. I've been there and done that. Absolutely. Yep.
so I could sound like I'm a good person, but that's what I mean by a dark side.
Yeah.
Yes, I have the, like, everything I've said to you, like, today, has been completely genuine. It's been off the top of my head. It's been from what I've done. But I just, like everybody, I want to be totally honest with you, and I want to tell people that I think, like everybody, you have a good side and you have a dark side.
Absolutely everybody does. And if you say you don't, you're a liar.
Yeah. And like
Well,
I've heard before,
every man is a liar, according to Romans 3, verse 4.
Yep.
I've heard that as well, that Satan only exists in the mind of, like, inside of man. Without man, there is no Satan. Satan exists in every man. Now, I don't know if that you can confirm that or not. Or...
Yeah, that's exactly what I heard. Absolutely, he dwells in the body. So my dad preached a lot about that. Sin is of the flesh.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're absolutely right. I know a lot about the Bible. When I was going to church when I was younger, my grandma was a steadfast Christian. That woman would absolutely hurt you if you said anything about Jesus. I mean, she was strict. And I had her and people at church. You should be a preacher. You know a lot about the Bible, and it just wasn't my calling. It just wasn't my calling. I
I think the rest of my life, I think, is going to be. I'm looking for a spiritual journey now. I think.
Right, and that's where I'm at. I'm just finding new people and getting as much knowledge as I can, and just seeing the world as it is. And from what I've seen, it's an ugly, horrendous place where I want nothing from here, I need nothing from here, and whenever I'm my time to go, I am absolutely prepared to answer for what I've done.
You're
You
bouncing.
ever heard of a fellow named Aldous Huxley?
Yeah, I've heard about Huxley. Yeah.
He declared that this planet is another planet's hell.
Well, I agree with him. I agree.
It certainly seems to fit.
And if there really is aliens out there, Leah and Ken, do you actually think they would want people like us on their planet, for fuck's sake?
Well, if
Honest question, really, do you think they would want
not whatsoever.
madmen, on their planet?
Not whatsoever.
Right.
I wouldn't. I
Exactly.
wouldn't recommend it. I would not recommend the human race going on another planet. No.
Right, because I mean, we can't even come together as a people to fight what we see as evil and all the evil going on and all the child molestation and the destroying of our Constitution. We can't come together on that. So what makes you think we can get along with another species?
And
The
I don't.
Constitution is just a piece of paper. Talk about the planet.
Yeah, I mean, we're destroying it.
Oh, chemtrails, the nuclear
exactly.
accidents everywhere, radiation and chemicals and
All the people that all we'll do if we go to another planet, we'll take our pedophiles with us, and these pedophiles will target the children.
Exactly.
Or the,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They'll
because
corrupt their government. They'll corrupt their leaders.
Absolutely, and especially if aliens can read your mind, they're not even going to stop here to get gas. I mean, they're just going to fly over and say, wow, look at those idiots. I mean, if they can read minds, they're absolutely no. They'll probably try to rape an alien.
Yeah, you can imagine that George Herbert Walker Bush ball deep in an alien.
Absolutely. Give me some, yeah, absolutely. Give me some head.
It's not illegal because it's an alien.
Yes, it's not illegal because you ain't from this planet.
Yeah, sacrificing alien children to Moloch.
Yeah.
Moloch, that's a-
Exactly. Exactly.
crazy.
Yeah,
we got to do this again.
Yeah, definitely.
It was absolutely great. I enjoyed it. I thank you too for the great chat. This was awesome.
Yeah, I wasn't going to come on at first because I was quite nervous, but I'm definitely I'm pleased I did.
No guts, no glory, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get on
Yeah,
with it.
Well, maybe I'll start one next Friday night, and maybe I'll start it a little earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever I think whenever. Just I'm constantly researching and stuff, so I'm always checking the inbox and stuff, so you can always message us anytime.
Look, let's talk about reptilians because that's a rather interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping we were gonna go there sometime actually.
Yeah,
When?
because I've heard a lot about them too.
Yeah, let's do that next Friday night,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I'll try and start it an hour or two earlier, so give Lee a little break.
Well, before you do, what I'll do is if you say, I'll send you a message, and I'll send you the link to a documentary, which is it's a good documentary by PBS America, and it's about the Knights Templar. But in there, there's a Knights Templar, a member of the Knights Templar that talks about a coin that has a Knights Templar on the front, and he claims that the second, what looks like a second soldier, is actually a reptilian. So
If
that's
you
it.
look at the Swiss currency, it has aliens all over it.
If you look, definitely go. If you Google the 1998 British passport and
Yeah,
just
I've seen
analyze
that.
it, and look behind the two thistles or whatever they are.
Well, like I said, there's also an alien in the or on the U.S. Great Seal on the back of the dollar bill. There's an alien right there.
It's either psychological to implant it into your subconscious, or there is something that we are going to
Don't
get
know.
one hell of a shock one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's either there's either some extremely secret, weird, extra dimensional bullshit going on, or there's we're under one big psychological operation.
Absolutely. Yep.
Next Friday night, Lee. Sound
Yeah,
good,
definitely.
Leon?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be here.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can drag in a couple more enlightened people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be good.
That
A
would be
big
great.
group chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
See if you can get Able Danger on as well, because it would be funny to have a bit of a crack on with. And you know, is it Rate of Justice and that as well?
Yeah, there's a couple others I'd like to have on here.
Yeah, definitely. Just to throw a few questions in their direction and get some names. That's what I'm looking for. Names. I want names, and I want people who are involved in sex crimes and murder and I know it's vile, but baby rape, and not because I like it, but because I want those names,
Expose them. Absolutely. Expose them for what
and
they are.
I want justice. I want people
Yes.
I want the children of this planet to know that we do care. And
Right.
the victims that are out there, that are victims of child abuse, past, present,
Future.
I want them to know that we are listening, we do care, and we do want to help.
Even
Right.
if it was 47 years ago.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're gonna
Yeah.
try to get them justice no matter what. Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, hopefully they won't just be told that the priest is dead, so give it up.
Yeah.
And even if the person is dead, what they have experienced will help people that are currently going through child abuse, or researchers, or just other people, the public, people that are unaware. Just
I'll tell you something right up front. When your family just does that to you, you don't want to admit it to yourself that it happened. You want to believe that it didn't happen, so you put it out of your mind as much as you can. You repress that memory.
Right.
And it wasn't until I found out that it was not just me that it happened to that I finally snapped back and yeah, that was me too.
So did you have some sort of like a dissociative state, or like did you compartmentalize like a multiple personality or a dissociative?
Well, it was put away in a place that needed to be saved. It couldn't be thrown away. It needed to be saved for a reason. That memory, and I'll tell you, it was a long time ago, but the memory of my mom hanging up on me when I asked her about it was pretty recent.
Yeah, that's it's terrible.
Dude, I owe you a cuddle.
Pardon me?
I owe you a cuddle. Honestly, when people talk about stuff like that, I feel like just grabbing a hold of them and just giving them a massive cuddle, you know, and just saying, look, man, I
A
feel
hug.
your pain. Yeah, a hug.
Yeah,
I feel your pain.
yeah, absolutely. I know where you're coming from. So
Well, it's not something you want to admit to yourself, but it's nothing that I could have done when I was 5 years old either.
right.
I've never been molested, but I have been witness to incest from like my friend when I was younger. He got his sister to give him a blowjob.
Great.
When
No.
we were tiny, you know, you're going back to the 80s.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
can tell
when
you,
I
it's
was in the Air Force 30 years ago, back when I was being poisoned, Agent Orange and dioxin. I've lived an interesting life.
We'll hear more about that, I guess. I bet.
Yeah, we'll hear more.
Good.
Well, I'm going to call it a night here.
Yeah. I'm
yeah.
gonna have a cup of coffee and then
Yeah, you'll call it a morning. Huh?
yeah. It's 7 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, it was great to meet you, Lee, man. You have a great day.
You too, honestly. And
Like I said, Lee, if you check out the Pharaoh show on my YouTube videos, and then look at the publicanism, that's a good one to watch too.
I'll probably stick it on, but when I get my head down, you know, put my headphones on and.
Right. Yeah. Well, they're between now and next Friday.
Right, I'll let you get away, but before we go, I'd just like to say to the American people that, you know, we're on your side. We understand the British people see what the American government is doing to the people. We see it because we're not being filtered as much as yous are. Like, we are filtered, but I've got a degree in computer hacking, so I know how to get around the filters. So I've got access to an unfiltered internet. So I see exactly what's going on with your government. I see all about the pedophilia. I see about the fluoride, the weapons that they're using on you, the psychological warfare, the neurolinguistic programming, the subliminal stimuli. And I just hope to God that the American people wake up, you know, the ones that are currently asleep. I just hope to God that they wake up before it's too late.
Well, I'll tell you straight up, a lot of people don't want to wake up because
They're
their
afraid to.
well, their jobs require that they don't look at it. Their paychecks, like my parents, if they woke up and admitted that their paychecks come from cannibalism, it's really hard to accept a paycheck that's cannibalizing somebody else's misery. So in order to acknowledge that their paycheck comes from cannibalism, they would have to turn that paycheck away, and they're just not going to do that.
It's really sad. That children.
It's not sad, it's pathetic.
Yeah, exactly. People
Not
allowing
sad, it's pathetic.
people are allowing children to be molested because they don't want to find another job. Well, how about you find another job and then you tell people? You know?
Right.
It's pathetic. It really is pathetic.
Yep. Because they need to remember whatever they've done and whatever they're doing. It doesn't matter if we know or not. But the man upstairs is looking, and their blood is on their hands. So I hope they enjoy the torture they're going to receive.
On that note, I think that was the perfect note for me to say goodbye, because that was the perfect note to finish on. And when you finish the video, cut this last little section off and leave it at what he's just said.
Well, I don't know how to do that.
Good night, brother. I appreciate you, Lee.
No problem.
Good night, Ken.
Be safe, guys. Be safe.
Absolutely, you guys too. You have a good night.
See you later.